Some have asked if they can bring them tomorrow, and the answer is yes. We're going to be dropping them off next week. So thank you for showing up like you always do. I can't express how much it means to me that you guys show up with so much heart and drive. You are more than just participants in a bowling tournament. You are leaders, and your actions are rippling out into the community. So I hope that you know that your impact goes beyond your scores here. Is anybody here for the first time? There's a couple of you guys. Welcome. I think that you guys will find that it's a fun community, it's inclusive. We're glad that you're a part of it. If you have any questions about how we do things here, there's a lot of veterans amongst you, or you can ask me and my team. Today marks a total scholarship number of $446,343 in scholarships we've given out from the beginning, which I'm super proud of, and it's possible because you guys keep showing up, so thank you for that. This is our 129th event, and we continue to do it because you guys continue to show up. So as long as you're showing up, we'll continue to do it. Before we get into it, I want to just a few important reminders. I have zero tolerance for bad behavior, so since you don't own anything in the center, probably, please don't disrespect it. If you work for a company that offers matching grants, get with me, let's make that happen. I want to acknowledge our amazing sponsors. Gail Voschel, he's our main financial sponsor. Endless support for youth bowling. Storm, thank you for their continued partnership since the beginning, their day one. So was Turbo. They give the champions $25 gift cards to redeem at their online store. H5G, the amazing champions jerseys are H5G and the flags that hang above the pins. Bullstream TV, bringing you the action today. Emil Williams Jr. is here, and he's like the best in the business, so give it up for Emil. There's a lot of tournaments out there, and we are lucky to have him. PBA Jr. is a sponsor, Magnum Bowling Products, Dexter Bowling. So for the raffle, we're going to be raffling off a pair of Dexter shoes of choice, so make sure you get in the raffle. BVL is also a new sponsor, and we really want to thank BVL for donating an entry to a military family. So if you are a military family, you can apply for that online. It's on our Facebook. If you need the link, just ask me. Today's raffle, we will have a Storm Ball of choice, Dexter shoe of choice, Magnum Immortalizer. We have a bunch of Storm and Turbo goodies, EYT merchandise. It's digital, the raffle, so you can't tell me you don't have money. But we'll also take your money, so if you want to pay in cash, we'll take that too. But you're going to be in it to win it, so I know, I think Steven will probably be coming, maybe Joanne will be coming around with the QR code. I want to thank my incredible team, because obviously I can't do this by myself. It doesn't happen without these amazing people. Our tournament director, Corbin Sadowski, thank you. We've got in supporting roles, Rochelle does a lot of the pre-tournament work. She's not with us today, but we appreciate her. Joanne and Steven and Aretha is at the merchandise table. Nora is here taking your photos. Emil on the live stream. Don't forget to share the live stream from our Facebook page to yours or on YouTube. It's also streaming on YouTube. And we want to thank Megan. Megan is the reason you're going to get your scholarship money in your accounts. She's kind of taken over for Amanda, so we appreciate that. Okay, we got Megan fans. And of course, a huge thank you to our host center. Strike and Spare has always been good to us. We're so appreciative of Chris and his staff. Thank you guys for welcoming us. Yeah, give it up for them. If anyone is looking for a trios team for tomorrow, there is a partner finder sheet at the check-in. I know there is one very good bowler, Olivia Titus, is looking for a team. So if you know somebody that would like to bowl, please get together and make that happen. It's not too late to sign up, so I hope that we can all help Olivia find her team. and then they'll probably win, because that's usually what happens. Our next event is in my old stomping grounds. I grew up in Northwest Indiana. So we're going to Highland, Indiana, Plaza Lanes. And I know these boys wearing Stardust Bull shirts are excited, although maybe high school bowling you won't be there. But yeah, we're excited to bring toward Northwest Indiana. So tell your friends. You can sign up now. It's January 31st. Registration's open. We've also been brainstorming more ways to get the younger bowlers out here, U12 bowlers, so that they know that they belong. So I created a recruiting special. If you recruit any bowler, really, but especially a U12 bowler, they'll get half off their entry, and so will you. So if you're looking for half off your EYT entry, help us out and get those little ones here. We're using bowl metrics today, so you'll see the standings in real time. So give it a second to update all the scores. If it might not look right, that's why we're doing it every game. We're gonna be bowling 10 games bigger. Is that cool? All right, you can choose who anchors every game, and it can switch. So you don't have to stick to one. You're gonna bowl the whole game on your starting lane, and then the next game, you're just gonna move to the next right lane. So you're literally just gonna move over, and then, so we're not skipping. How many pairs, or how many lanes are we skipping? None, yeah, a couple were listening. We are gonna have the printout of the finals format at the registration desk. Don't forget to fill in your yellow team sheets. Every team has a yellow sheet. That's where we're going to be updating the scores on bowlmetrics. So please make sure that it's accurate and filled in every game. I have a couple of champions jerseys. Actually, I've been holding on to this. We've got a 300 award all the way from Battle Royale. Joss Weems, congratulations. Is there room amongst all your trophies? Here, take a picture with Nora. Oh, where's Autumn? Autumn, did you? No? Tomorrow? All right, I've been holding on to this one. Matt Thunberg, welcome back. Here's your jersey, I think, from April. I've been waiting for you. Congrats. Yeah. Olivia Titus. I've got it. Congratulations. Leah Vasevic, congratulations. You matched Nehemiah's. All right. And we have special guests that are here to sing us the national anthem like they used to. We miss them. Bill and Amy, come on up. Thank you for being here and for thinking of us and stopping by today and singing to us.
So proudly we
get 10 minutes of practice. Have some fun today. Good luck. Make your spares.
Just throw a couple with it, okay? Just so you can, in case. All right? See how I'm open.
Hey, slow your feet. You're a little fast.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Elite Youth Tour. It's the Elite Stream. And the Elite Stream back with you here at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. One of our favorite venues here on the Elite Youth Tour. We appreciate Chris Watson and his crew. Chris is not here. He is out competing at another version of the Holiday Doubles. But today it's the Elite Youth Tours version of the Holiday Doubles. Emil Williams Jr. here with you, courtesy of Bowlstream TV. Thank you to all of our sponsors, of course, Storm Turbo, H5G, Dexter, Volschel, Fast Track Physio. As we get you underway officially with game 1 of 10, get 10 Baker games of competition. That will handle our qualifying portion, and then we'll advance a couple teams in each division. We do have, I think, I'll check on the U12 division. We're working on some U12s as recently as of yesterday. Add a couple more teams just to make sure we had a division so they wouldn't have to bowl in the U14. We'll have all that info in a moment. Riley Smith, the president of the Elite Youth Tour, will join us in a little bit as well. Talk about this lane condition and what generally is a fun-filled weekend here at Bowlapalooza. It's a 2-event weekend. Holiday Doubles is first, and then tomorrow the EYT Trios Cup, or the Team Cup, will take place tomorrow afternoon. I should say tomorrow morning. That will also start at 9 a.m. Central. Appreciate you watching. If you're watching on the Elite Youth Tour Facebook page, as well as the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel. Got some good teams here off the bat. Zach Benz, Ryan Hallgren, Autumn Strode, Brian Carmichael. the duo of Zarlingo and Cohunt. We've got Harper Burnett and Sebi Vetter over on 9 and 10 along with that group. Anticipate some high scores as we always tend to have at this event. It's not a house shot. It is a Team USA trials pattern. This is specifically 2024 Team USA Trials day number 3 in the women's division. That is what the players are bowling on here today. Baker is always fun. Really brings out the best from the team dynamic. It's also very fast-paced still, so we'll be getting through it, I think, today pretty quickly, relatively quickly. Already got a little bit of excitement too, some intensity. If you are watching on either of our channels, of course, if you wouldn't mind to share. Steve is in the chat, rooting on Autumn and Ryan. Saw Ryan, I don't remember the month, but I did witness his first title on the Elite Youth Tour. Pretty impressive young man, and certainly we know all about Autumn Strode at this point. Her resume just continues to add bullet point after bullet point. Ultimately, Autumn, I think, will be looked back at as one of the best EYT bowlers in the tour's history. She just turned 16 years old, and she's got 2, full years of U18. Already got a couple of Battle Royale titles. Made Junior Team USA developmental squad at Junior Gold. Had the Team USA trials, and I was talking to Dad Ryan a little bit prior to practice, or just during practice. And they've got a chance to get out to a nice 230-plus game, especially if Autumn can strike here. Great shot. 6 into the 10. Vetter Burnett next door. They've got 240 possibly in their sights. And Hallgren. That deal trying to save a game in the 190s. Boy, Sebi just keeps throwing it better and better and better. Man, that release is something really nice. Well, Carmichael wanted that one to sit, and it responded. It is safe to say, if you're familiar with the Hawk, and if you live in the Midwest, specifically Chicago, you may be familiar with that term or that word. And normally, if I say Hawk, especially in Chicago, you might think I'm referring to Andre Dawson, which in this case, love a good Andre Dawson story. Watched him play many a baseball game for the Cubs. You might even be thinking I'm talking about a bird. Of course, a more common hawk would be a bald eagle, for example. But no, get your red-tailed hawk or something along those lines. No, the hawk here in Chicago is the cold, the wind. And needless to say, folks, the hawk is out in the area. It is currently 10 degrees here in Lockport, Illinois. Now, if you're watching from somewhere sunny, perhaps even tropical, God bless you. Send a little bit of that warmth toward us, but it's that time of year where we experience the cold in all forms. Here in the Chicagoland area, specifically the Midwest, it'll be colder tomorrow. Bear weather, as we like to say. 225 for Carmichael and Strode. Nice opening start. Nice fist pump there for young Mr. Kohut. I love that. Open frame there for the Burnett-Vetter duo. They will shoot 211 to start. The teams are moving just one lane to the right. One lane to the right. One lane to the right. Again, we'll be pretty fast-paced, and I'm going to go out on the record. I'm going to say we're going to have one 300 game today. At least one, minimum. One Baker 300 today. That will be happening. It's a good parent. Good parent there who said, as a reminder, to write down the scores. Already had some kids moving a pair, which is what they would be used to, certainly. Just one lane. At 225, high game. Let's see, I do see a 233 that was down on 3 and 4. Holgren and Benz not wasting any time. They technically don't have to wait for anybody. But you don't want to get too fast, and you'll end up in a situation where you'll be too far ahead of the pace, and then you'll end up possibly having to wait for others to finish up. So again, the high game, at least in our general viewing area, looked to be 233. Ethan Caruso, a duo in our U23 division. Ethan now in his second year at Stat Savannah. Mats Thunberg. Last time I saw Mats, he was headed to Wichita State. And just to confirm, Matt is there. His freshman season. Majoring in aerospace engineering. Pretty impressive. There's Autumn. In that wrapped end zone. Other players also coming back from college that I know for sure. Gianna Brandolino bowling today, along with Christian LaCory, of course. I was talking about Autumn earlier. Eventually, when you look back, and you say Autumn was a fantastic player for the Elite U Tour. That's what we have said, and we'll always say about Gianna Brandolino. It's nice to see her back in at an EYT event. She's now, of course, in the U23 division. Oh, okay. Oh, nicely done. I really like the positive attitude there for Lango and Kohut. Carmichael starting to get going a little bit. We do have a spare 5-bagger situation over on 5 and 6. And boy, okay. That is LaCory and Brandolino over there. Interesting. I was talking about the cold, and whenever I hear cold, I get prepared. Right, no matter where I'm going, I could be indoors all day, but I don't even want to feel the cold on the way to wherever I'm going. And thank God, of course, I've been blessed with heat in my vehicle, right? But I'm layering up no matter what. So I was all layered up when I got here, and of course, once the setup happens, you get warm, you're moving around. And I'm burning up, so I got to take off the first layer of bottoms that I had on. You know, had an undershirt on underneath my EYT jersey, took that off. And now we're by the door, and it's cold. And Riley Smith, our president, is now here to also further attest to not only the weather, but the strike's starting to be thrown as we thought. Here on this pattern, Riley. First of all, how you doing? Happy holidays, my guy.
Hey, we are back for a 2-day event, and it's some of the best team bowling that we have on the EYT, so I'm super excited. Always a fun weekend. It starts off with the glow and bowl, cosmic bowling, with the best ball to win a Storm bowling ball of their choice, and then we get into doubles. Tomorrow we'll do the same thing and get into the Team Cup. So very happy to be here. It's one of the favorite weekends of mine. And cold, like you were saying. I thought I was good. I had a T-shirt on first. I got our long sleeve H5G gear, like jersey, long sleeve jersey thing, and I thought I was gonna be okay. Usually I'm okay. Today, it is bitter, and I actually got my winter shell coat on. And I have no plans on taking it off.
Yeah, when you walked over, I'm like, well, he's feeling the same cold I'm feeling all of a sudden.
Man.
It was not that way
about
an hour ago.
I walked over to Aretha at our merch booth over there, and I said, Aretha, you might sell out of sweatshirts today.
Shout out to Kyle, who is watching on the EYT Facebook page.
KZ?
Yeah, KZ. He
KZ.
says it's cold, but Riley on the mic is hot. He didn't say hot. He used the fire emoji. So you could say hot, you could say lit, all of the above. But all of those things also would be true.
He's a hype man.
Everybody needs a good hype man. That's very important.
Hopefully the soothing voice of Emil got you started this morning. And then we'll keep it going into the mid-morning. Might be a quicker day for us today. We're zooming right along already in the 10th frame of game 2.
And a big game next door. Last time they did get the first one in the 10th between them, talking about Burnett and Vetter. And another game now in the 240s.
Yeah, these guys are figuring it out. Game 1, I was walking around up and down, low end, high end. We're using, I think, 20 up to 26 or so.
Okay.
So we're really spread across, 1 team per lane, 2 per pair. Starting on lane 3, so oh great spare, 2, 4, 8, 10.
Nice.
So we're spread across, and there'll be some different characteristics, lane to lane, low end versus high end, etc. And I was pacing up and down. Game 1, you know, it didn't seem like a lot of people got lined up in practice, and they were still trying to figure out their line, their shot in the game number 1. But here we are in game 2, and it seems like in the back half of game 1, a lot of teams found it. And even though they're moving to a different lane, it's stuck with them. And they haven't made too many big adjustments. They got back into what they need to do, and we see 240s, 220s, 230s now.
Nice game by, again, Ryan and Autumn. Again, Vetter and Burnett shoot 232 next door. Darlango and Kohut are now in the 2-0s. That was a solid game from them. Thunberg and Caruso, I wouldn't call it struggles, but some small struggles. And they seem to be, at least Matt's was. That looked like an IQ 78U. Couldn't confirm if Ethan was using urethane or not. A couple of other scores, 221 from LaCorey and Brandolino. This pattern, this is the, again, 2024 Team USA Trials Women's Day 3 pattern in particular. Again, Women's Day 3 pattern. I'm going to put that on the screen for you here as the players transition to their next lane. But it does look very playable. I could see how you could get potentially fooled, right? Thinking you have more area to work with than you actually do. I could see how that could trip up a player for sure. There it is on the screen.
All right, well, we can run through it real quick. So as we break game 2 into game 3, we'll keep it going. So the key characteristics that we look for: oil pattern distance, top left, 41 feet. Then we go over to the top right, volume oil total, how much oil is on the lane, 25.74 mils. That's in that lower range now. You know, 5-10 years ago or so, maybe that's in that medium-ish range for volume of oil, but the bowling balls that we have nowadays, the technology, mixed with all the older lane surfaces that we have, 25 mils now is not a very lot of oil. And then the ratio. Do we have the ratio on the screen? Mine is blocked out.
Is
there we go.
3.79 to 1.
And that's symmetrical on each side. So 3.79 to 1, still not a lot of miss room. So we're going to need some accurate shots from both righties and lefties. And the unique thing about this pattern and why I picked it is a couple of things. So number one, 41 feet. 41 feet is right in that middle distance where some bowlers will have success to the right. Some bowlers go in the middle. Some bowlers can play deeper. It's kind of a versatile length of oil, right? 41 feet. If you do the rule of 31, 41 minus, rule of 30, 41 minus 30, you'll be around that 10 board. So it gives some of the power players a choice to go here or there. Some of the lower rev players should also have a good option left or right. Oil volume is a little bit lower. So with that being a doubles event, whether you have 2 bowlers of high rev rate, 2 bowlers low rev rate, or 1 of each, you should be able to find a way to hit the pocket, right? And we're seeing that. In game number 2, we saw that. A lot of times you'll see doubles partners try to match up their game with the other person's game, but if we do have 2 different styles on the same team, they should still find a way to be successful today. The other reason for selecting this is that striking spare too. This surface likes to hook, and if there's anything less than like 40 feet usually in my experience, urethane is not a really good option. So by making it 41 feet, maybe there is urethane today. However, that's not always a great look at striking spare in my experience. So with that comment being made, we'll see, and I saw at game 1 for sure, some players are trying urethane out to the right, and some players are deeper, like LaCorey and Brandolino. They are a little bit deeper in the middle part of the lane and making it work. So in summary, it's a versatile pattern where we have hook on the lane. That won't be a problem today. It's going to be controlling that hook to avoid going high consistently. That's what our bowlers will try to avoid. So versatile. I think everyone can find a way to get to the pocket, and I think we'll have medium to high scoring pace.
The breakdown from Riley Smith, the president of the Elite Youth Tour. Kevin Coleman checking in this morning. Shout out to Kevin. No update yet, Mr. Coleman, as I look on bowl metrics, but
yeah,
some scores are starting to roll in.
I was out there with the guys trying to figure out some of the bowl metric stuff. We had a problem with just the first team. When we scanned in the QR code, it was taking us to like an error page. Everyone else was okay, but it's a little bit different than usual. It's going to take a little bit longer today, unless we can figure out what's going on. Instead of scanning and going straight to the team's scores, we've got to scan one sheet and then like save and continue and basically turn the page. So something's going on.
A little bit of an extra step.
I said, hey, this is a great thing for Corbin, our tournament director. So I got out of that and I ran over here to you, Emil.
Well, that's hey, you're the president. You can decide what committee you're gonna be on and which one you're not. I think Ethan and Mats have done exactly what you said, right? Because there was some urethane experimented with, didn't look the greatest, and then they've kind of made the jump left.
Yeah.
With reactive, like kind of where G and Christian LaCorey are mid lane there.
And that's exactly what I like to see in doubles events, especially for our youth bowlers, right? They are learning a lot about themselves and their teammate and just what it's like to bowl in a doubles or a team environment. They've got a lot of experience, don't get me wrong, but here we are. Great example. Ethan and Matt started to the right with the urethane, and now it looks they're very in tune with each other right now in game 3. Every shot communicating with each other right now because they're making a big adjustment.
Starting to see some of success today in the U12 and U14. That's actually one division today, essentially, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So we're taking 4 teams to the cut. Couple of rounds, and we will have stepladder finals today across each division. I'll make sure I update that graphic. Oh,
that is money right there. And I'm curious, looking, I didn't get to watch any practice, but I'm curious what our bowlers did during practice to get off of this, kind of like this rubber band start where they kind of pulled back, they weren't too sure what was going on, and then all of a sudden, boom, they made the adjustment, and now they're off and running. Something may have fooled them in practice.
I love the rubber band analogy there. Well done.
That's a little bit left from Caruso, and it holds. Yeah, that's going to play, and that should be there for a little while with not a lot of games being bowled. We'll have breakdown, but it won't be a major breakdown like we do when we have 3 or 4 bowlers per lane, 8 per pair, for example. It's not going to break down nearly as fast.
Another 235 put on the board down on lane 13. And that might have been the Sebi. Nope, Sebi is on 12, excuse me.
May have been Leah Johnson and her teammate.
Oh, that's a good, yeah, that's a great game there.
I think this is a good example. I was talking to Eric Pearson. He's a big lane person. I mean, just smart as can be, knows everything about bowling.
Absolutely.
He creates a lot of patterns. And I was talking to him a couple of weeks ago about the strategies of oil placement on the lanes and all these speed bumps that we see nowadays and stuff, and areas of boards that are not getting any oil anymore.
Yep.
And he's got a great way. I agree with what he was saying, but he's got a great philosophy of, like, you can't completely take away a part of a lane when maybe it's a lower rev player or a higher rev player, etc., where that's where they need to play, because the oil distance, the oil volume, you can't completely take that away with speed bumps or completely dry boards. And I was in agreement of that. Looking at the pattern today, I think this is a good example. Urethane is okay, but it's not in everybody's hands. So if you're a person where it's like, we got to get urethane out of bowling, blah, 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 this is a good way to do it. Look at the pattern, how this was constructed. All of the boards are oiled. There's strategically placed oil. And on the lane surface, that's what it turned out to be. These bowlers are using reactive now. Some are using urethane. Like I said, don't get me wrong. But I think he was onto something.
Tough split there in the 10th frame for Mats. So Caruso and Thunberg shoot 256. Kristen Worthington and Gracie Collar. Here on lane 7. Opportunity to get into the two teens.
What do we know about Harper Burnett?
I know that he's at least 6'5".
Yeah.
That's what I know about Mr. Harper. And he also throws it very well.
Throws it very well. I thought he was a two-hander when he was bowling the Cosmic Lights.
And what Riley is referring to is there was a tournament within the tournament. So essentially before practice, there was basically a best ball tournament to decide a winner of a free bowling ball choice from Storm. Just kind of become a tradition here on the first day of the Bowlapalooza / Holiday Doubles event on Saturday. But yeah, Harper, he can throw it. I'm always, I think I've said this before, but I gravitate toward taller bowlers as a taller bowler myself. But it's also very rare, especially at the youth level, when someone walks past me and they're looking down on me. And that's how I felt today when the Harper walked by me. I was like, hey, hold on, Mr. Harper.
He throws it really
Mr.
good.
Burnett. There he is in front of you, and then there's the height. Like, he's the one player you got to actually raise your tripods up for, keep him in the frame. Kind of reminds me of, and you would know this name, Riley, a little bit of Derek Hartnell.
Derek Hartnell, Kenosha native.
A little bit of Derek from the height perspective. They don't throw it similar, certainly, but there is some similarities to me.
Yeah.
And I bowled, I'm sure you did too, but I bowled a lot against
He
Derek.
was outstanding.
In college and youth tours, just like this one, back in our day, quote unquote.
Yeah, he was a Newman Jet back in the day.
Yep, All-American.
All-American. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that brings me back to my youth days. I would bowl at Sheridan Lanes on our youth morning. There were 2 shifts, and I would always go and watch the older guys, and he was a part of that crew. And I would try to bowl just like him. You know, they were always smooth. They always had the leg kick, stuff like that. And that was one of the youth bowlers that I idolized growing up. And then he went to college and made a huge splash in college.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great dude, too.
Yeah.
The only thing that I still have an issue with Derek is he's a Cubs fan.
I got an issue with him too then.
Right. He didn't even stay home and root for his state squad. That's got appeal.
That's a family thing for the Hartnells. I know that. His dad, everyone in that family, big Cub fans.
I'm seeing a lot of Olympia lanes being represented as well as Stardust Bowl, which is great. Those two centers specifically are in Northwest Indiana. Olympia is in Hammond, Stardust Bowl, and I should confirm, but that Stardust logo, and most of them are kind of the same. I'm pretty sure that's the one in Dyer in particular.
Yeah, the side of the shirt say Indiana, Dyer, Indiana. There you go.
That's actually not too far from where I live. Actually, neither is Olympia for that matter. I'm kind of right in the middle of those places, but on the Illinois side, Autumn Strode is a Northwest Indiana native as well. She actually bowls. Her home center is Stardust and Dyer. So great representation from Northwest Indiana. I know we've got several players who have come out and bowled various events before as well. And Ryan Carmichael actually is from Indiana too, but South Bend.
South Bend.
So just a little further away.
Yeah, it was good to see Carmichael back. We had him at the Battle Royale Major. I believe he won.
He won.
Yeah, and he put on a show.
couldn't
That was
remember
impressive.
what event he won.
Yeah.
But he won. He won.
Yeah, that's a good team right there, Autumn and Carmichael. A lot of good teams. A lot of familiar faces. We'll be in Northwest Indiana July 31st, I believe, back into Deandra's old stomping grounds.
January
31st.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Gotta put that in the calendar.
You were ready for the summer.
What did I say? I said July? Oh, my goodness.
Well, that's fine. July 31st will work,
January. What am I thinking?
I'm looking forward to I've actually never stepped foot into Plaza.
Messenger, Caruso.
Coach Justin Kostick just strolled in from Arkansas State University.
Oh.
Now, I got a lot of questions. You see college coaches, especially at, what a program like Arkansas State that is considered in the kind of that elite category. There must be connection. He could just be here this weekend, and he said, I'm going to brave the cold and go watch the holiday doubles at the Elite U Tour.
Wonder, is there a women's tournament? NCAA?
No, they're kind of on break, if you will, until January. In fact, most schools are out. They're on their official college break for the most part. Speaking of college break, again, Christian LaCory, Gianna Brandolino. It's really nice to see GE Bowl and EYT again, man. It makes it feel like things are just kind of normal all of a sudden.
I get you.
Shout out to Guy watching. I'm sorry, Guy. We cannot get along. No, I'm just playing.
Oh, man. Tell him to leave the chat.
That's what I'm supposed to say if there's a Cubs mention. I don't want to mention two things early here, but, I mean, truly, Ethan and Matt's, and that's another thing, right, a good sign of not only good players, but the recognition that something is not working. And instead of trying to make it work, you just make the moves. And they have moved into the 250 plus. They shot 256 last game. Opportunity at 290 did exist. And now, of course, they're halfway home to perfection here on lane 9.
As we get towards the 10th frame, remember the second bowler will bowl the full 10th frame. And in this case, it would be Matt's if we can get there and deliver.
I'm trying to think about theories for Mr. Kostick. I'll have to ask him. Now, I'm not sure if Arkansas State bowls, but there is a very nice NCAA tournament that is held in this building in February. It's hosted by the Lewis Flyers bowling team. Shout out to head coach Scott Taylor. And the women's team, they do bring in a lot of high-level squads, top 10, top 15 names. I think Jacksonville State will be here. Vanderbilt will definitely be here. Arkansas State very well could be here. So that's a good weekend if you're curious about college bowling, especially at the women's level. NCAA bowling, what that looks like. It's the first weekend in February. Big 4 there. Looks like the original phase 2 for Mats.
Pinch that one left over the left toe. He's got some hold. Both of them have some hold. If they were to miss left, that one was just too much.
Working our way down, of course, and because of the fast pace and players only moving one lane to the right, we may see every team and we may just miss one or two just from the live stream perspective. Hey, Melissa. We were just talking about Leah and her partner shooting 230, I believe
235, a couple pairs down. They started with 3 strikes in a row, but they've run into some trouble over on, were they on 14? Yeah, over on 14.
Are they on the right lane?
Yeah.
Yep, there she is there. So she is now picture in picture. Caruso didn't quite stick the landing there. That had a little bit to do with that shot. Let's pop on over there real quick. So we're now on 11 through 14. I can describe it for you. You see Harper. He's our next player to find out more info about. It's actually about time we kind of update our live stream bio form. We do have a lot of new players who are, of course, joining the tour, and so that's our opportunity to learn a little bit more about them each and every time they come out.
Yeah, please do. If you guys know any bowlers out there as you guys are watching, or for those of you that might listen to this broadcast after you're done bowling today, there's a link on our Facebook page that will bring you to the EYT bio. We love it. Emil loves it, so we can say a lot of good stuff and accurate things about all of our youth bowlers. Give them a little spotlight. Oh, messenger from Mats. Little turbulence, 2 6 counts in a row, but strikes in the 10th. A double gets him into the 250s with a good count.
I was talking about Sebi earlier, Riley, and I can't think of the tournament, but we had a Sebi conversation, and you were just talking about some of the things you noticed that just he had improved upon. He's a hard worker, no doubt about it. But his release is he was good, but now it feels like there's not anything that he cannot do.
Yeah.
Right. He's got the ball speed now, which never really was an issue. Right. But as young players continue to grow, you know, they're always fine tuning or making big changes. It just depends right on what they're doing. But the ball gets off his hands so clean.
Yeah.
Right. I was looking at him like, I don't know if I physically can do that anymore.
Yeah.
my body doesn't allow me to do such things.
He's got that open hand release as he comes out of the bowling ball. He's not over squeezing and over gripping it. He's very relaxed. That's also a component of great fit, great pro shop work. And I've noticed something that just happened, I would say in the last month or so, from some videos that I watched of Sebi. He at the start of his approach, his bowling ball is swinging pretty drastically from the right side of his body over to the left side of his body. Now, my only guess is that he may be trying to create a larger figure 8 in his backswing. And a figure 8, what that does is gets the bowling ball closer to your ankle, gets it into the slot, creates leverage. That's the only thing I can think of what he's doing there, is trying to over-exaggerate and get a little figure 8 action going. Maybe it's something else. If I were suggesting something, I think that's a good practice habit to work on, but I wouldn't suggest that as like a long-term solution. swinging across your body and everything like that, it just creates a lot of opportunity of error.
Sure, it'll be interesting to have that combo with him.
Yeah.
As LaCory makes it 5 in a row. I can tell you, just this is from my own personal experience. When I would do that motion back in the day, it was to kind of fix or try to make my swing a little straighter. It went from being dead straight, then I got into some bad habits, pushing right, and creating a figure 8 when I didn't want to do that.
Okay.
So for me, the extreme left or the exaggeration was to help get the swing back into place naturally. Now, I can't remember a time where Sebi's swing wasn't necessarily straight.
Yeah.
But I was just talking about a figure 8 actually to a friend of mine that I bowled a tournament. By the way, I bowled a tournament.
Yeah.
I haven't seen in a while, so
yeah. Pause.
very strange.
You bowled a tournament.
Very strange. Very strange. But he's always had a natural kind of figure 8, but it just helps him get the ball right so easy.
Yeah.
So easy.
The launch angle is right there. Boom. Yep. But then the figure 8 you'll struggle a little bit to play straighter.
Correct. And that's something that I now somewhat struggle with. Just from the swing part, but I don't bowl enough to really say, yeah, I should be doing this or that. I know the things that I need to work on, and now I don't know if my knee will allow me to do it.
So we're gonna stop on that topic, and I'm gonna bring it back to the tournament that you bowled. I need to hear about this.
Yeah. So what happened was, as we first of all, we're in game 4, just as a reminder, and then taking a look at 15 through 18 because they're kind of the first to get going here. So we still got Zarlingo and Kohut there, Vetter, Burnett, Leah, and we have 2 Leah. Yeah, we have 2 Leahs, right? Leah Hopkins and Leah Johnson. They have now moved out of camera range, and we will not see them until hopefully again the finals. So with that said, all right, so a Boulder tournament, Riley, was a Baker doubles tournament just like this. It was a variable situation as far as, who you could bowl with, et cetera, and so forth. But it was a nice entry point or re-entry back into tournament bowling for me specifically. It was 6 games of qualifying. Got a chance, if Kevin Coleman's still listening, I bowled with my good friend Andre Parker. We bowled in school together. And it was at his behest that I bowl. He basically he gave me all the reasons that I should bowl. It's Baker. Good way to come back. Wop to bam. I was like, all right, yep, you're right. I didn't really think nothing of it, And I was still going to be like, yeah, I'll probably not bowl. And then he texted me and asked me for my USB-C number. And then I was like, well, shoot.
You're signed up.
This is it. I'm committing. And I'm glad I did it. Very glad I did it. Didn't go as bad as I was maybe expecting, but it did heighten some things that I know if I'm to get back to even being a decent tournament bowler. There's just a lot of things I got to clean up, and they're going to require a lot of time and hours.
Yeah.
But I was happy I did it. It was fun.
Good.
It's very fun, but my knee is not cooperating.
Oh no.
Yeah. So.
Oh no.
I bowled a tournament. Then I bowled 3 weeks maybe of league. And
that's the most in 1 month. That's the most you bowled in years, isn't it?
Not good. Not good. Too much at one time.
I love to hear it. It's good to hear that you're back out there, and the competitive juices never go away, right?
No, they don't.
Like
that part stays.
Once you lace them up and the lights turn on, it's there.
It's the other part where the competitiveness is there, but the mind and body don't match up. Right? There's things you should and used to do, and the current version of you doesn't really know how to do it.
Yeah. You gotta change and adapt. Can't do it this way. Maybe I can try to trick it another way.
I'll be doing that soon. I just saw Rush Dean make his way down from getting the bowling ball, which is probably a good idea. And Rush is now at 5 and 6, and I feel like Ethan and Matts were on that pair a couple of games ago. I think that's when they kind of really figured out that they need to get out of urethane. Rush was throwing urethane as well, closer to the right, prior to this ball change.
Ooh.
He is bowling with Tyler Paulus. Josh Weems bowling with Tyler Williams. Looks like a little bit of a Judson combo there between Brett Biondo and I can't think of his teammate's name. Elizabeth Silcox is bowling with Addison Cole. That's some pretty good duos here. All right, we'll go back to 7 through 10, I beg your pardon. Here in just one moment. Let's take a look at the scores too. I think most scores were updated through certainly 2 and maybe 3 now at this point.
I believe that's Jaden Ramel.
That sounds correct. Absolutely, yeah.
He shot 300 in our October tournament. That was the dual pattern. Mardi Gras lanes, I believe. He fired 300 in that one. And that was also a tournament that Biondo went on to win. And, I mean, Biondo has been on a tear since just before Junior Gold of this year. And it has not cooled off whatsoever. So,
yeah, he's won back-to-back titles.
He's been on fire, Like, once he got that first title, and even before that, it's just been going crazy. So that's a good duo. They're both bowling very well lately.
All right, so we got some scores through 4 for every team except Zabelka and Yelton. But thanks to Guy for dropping those numbers in the chat, 185, 222, 184. Again, in U16, we're going to take the top 3 teams. That looks like it's going to be a very close race throughout, with the exception of Autumn Strode and Ryan Carmichael, who right now are plus 102 through 4 games. Vetter and Burnett actually -4. Somehow they've only shot 170, 170 the last 2 games. It's been some opportunities for a lot of players to or duos, I should say, to capitalize on the 10th frame, and they just haven't been able to do so. Over in the U18 division, speaking of Biondo and Ramel, they are 87 over. Weems and Williams just shot 256 in game 3. Wait, what game are we in?
This should be game 5.
Game 5. There we go. Let me keep up with my own graphics. That's right. It says game 5. It says game 5.
Oh, it's up there too?
Screen.
Okay, there you go. I was counting the lanes.
In the U14 division, Nehemiah Kiefer and Easton Taylor, that's a dynamic duo. They are right now leading U14. The Schmidt and Majors duo at -15. We're taking 3 teams into step ladders, with the exception of the U12/U14 division. That's a combined division for this week. They will have 4 teams. U18, talked about that. U23, got 5 of those. Tunsbergen, Caruso, again picking up the pace. Fun little matchup there, possibly against Brandolino and LaCory. The Ryan, or the Alvarado duo, I should say. They actually bowled the tournament that I was referring to. It was held at Linwood. And a shout out to Alex Brooks for running a great team and her squad, and with Ashley and Carla. But they made match play. I feel like they finished 3rd, 4th-ish. So Ryan and Dylan Alvarado.
This is the time for those double doubles and a little bit of team events where they start to ramp up all across, I mean, the Midwest for sure, maybe the nation. This is the time.
Melissa in the chat makes a really good point because we don't get a chance to see a lot of team bowling on the Elite Youth Tour, right? You're seeing some emotions that you don't often see. You see fist pumps, right? We see that, but it's a little bit different today because we're fist pumping from the team aspect and picking each other up, making sure the teammates are in the best spirits as they possibly could, and certainly the communication is very important on a doubles team. Boy, lane 9 has been troublesome with wrap tins. That was a really good shot there from Gracie. When Autumn was on this left lane, specifically lane 9, she left a couple of wrap tins and playing in the same zone.
Little hang spot. You know, that's topography that we're talking about.
Brandolino, 7-pin. Still 220 out there for Brandolino and LaCory. Slow start for the Alvarado duo. 219 for Toonsberg and Caruso. You talking about turning around the ship. They have gotten it done here to kind of hold on to the lead. Am I hearing some extreme loft already right now?
That's got to be Jaden.
Are we lofting already?
He loves to loft.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yes. It brings me back to last month, actually.
He'll loft right of 10 if he had to. And he's good at it, by the way, folks. He's good at that loft game. .219 from Caruso and Matz. Wide right from LaCory. Oh. Somehow gets 8 out of it. First of the 10th frame. And after a shot like that, he's got to turn it around like, oh, I'll take just the 1-2. Better than the washout or any other splits that could have been out there. Meanwhile, Alvarado looking to set up Ryan. Here is the 9th frame, working on a double. That looks good if it comes back. Asked for it to hook a little bit. It did. Almost left the 7-10. Comes away with just the 10 pin, so a chance for a spare in the 9th for Alvarado. All right, back in the fold. We were discussing some details about the tournament and just trying to always make things better, you know, constant improvements if we can. Meanwhile, we've been putting on a strike clinic with the Alvarado duo on lane 8. We resume again in the 9th frame. Can we make it 7 consecutive? Hey, we get the hit on that 7-pin to make it 7 in a row. Setting up Ryan in the 10th frame. If he gets all of them, it would be 280. Over on lane 10, Gracie and her partner fire 235. A nice game there. Get back on track game. Game 6 of qualifying. Over to our far left, just off the screen on lane 4, Jaden and Brett, 6 in a row to start their game. All right, Ryan gets the slap on the 10-pin. Strikes with an opportunity to double in our 10th frame. Little left off the hand, comes across. Hey, he gets a strike anyways. That's a Brooklyn. Still an X on the board. And one more here, Ryan. And we'll have a 280 game from the Alvarado duo. Just the lone miss in the 2nd frame, which was a 9 spare. That close from potential perfection. On the Elite Youth Tour stream, courtesy of Bullstream TV. All right, Ryan, to close it out. Strike will give us 280. Oh, it's a 9-pin. So 279. What a big game. That closes out game number 6. And a really good time for the Alvarado duo for that game. Following a 189, I believe, is what they previously had on lane 7. So big comeback. That will only help them in the standings. Keep an eye on Bull Metrics. We've got everyone running around, updating those scores.
Did you figure out Bull Metrics? Did you figure out Bull Metrics? Do you know what happened?
You think we know what happened?
Did you mess up? Did you mess up? So your computer can do it?
So when the computer comes up, basically what's happening is you scan it and nothing pops up, so you hit save and go to the next lane. It starts at the first
That's what we were
lane.
doing, yeah.
And so I'm just starting with them and I'm just going down in order.
Is this from Paulus?
Game 7. Here at Strike and Spare 2, Lockport, Illinois. I'm Riley Smith. We've got Emil Williams Jr. stepped aside just for a few minutes here. He'll be back in action. And so will 7 and 8 as we have Tyler Paulus, Rush Steen, Joss Weems, and Tyler Williams coming in. Along with Addison Cole, Elizabeth Silcox. They will bowl on lane 8. we're moving right along. We started around 9:30. We started keeping score. We started practice around 9:15, 9:20-ish. So we are in game 7, and it's been just over 1 hour of bowling. When it's Baker style, especially for youth bowlers, but Baker style in general is always faster paced. We also have 1 team per lane, 2 teams on a pair. So that means quick paced bowling. I would be huffing and puffing, having to catch my breath. This is quick. All right, Turkey with Tristan and Gracie in the bottom right of your screen is 11, 12, 13, and 14. All right. Quick start. Elizabeth and Addison. 3 strikes in a row. See if Ryan can get back on track. 210 combo split in the second frame. A little wide on that one, but he recovers it. Oh, unfortunate hit leaves the 7-pin. Hey, 7-pin falls for Elizabeth. Unlike Ryan, she gets hers to topple over. And why not? 4 strikes to start the game between Addison and Elizabeth. Lane 7, early troubles. Paulus and Steen. 6-3 back-to-back. Wow, that every strike just is getting better and better on lane 8 for us. 5 in a row. Big shot from Tyler early in this game, but that was a big one after some trouble in the first 2 frames. Let's see if Rush can take advantage and get a double. We'll need a couple of doubles between Steen and Paulus to get back into that 200 range early in the game, so still a chance to battle back. And that is a double. Good adjustments between Tyler and Rush. Back-to-back 6-3s, now back-to-back strikes early on.
Stepped away for a little minute, Riley, and I saw some games being put up at the corner of my eye. The Alvarado duo, 279, right?
Oh, yeah. 279 on lane 8, and then the duo of Cole and Silcox got off to a hot start with 5 in a row, interrupted by a washout. So lane 8 giving us some fireworks. It's getting to that point of all or nothing. Look around. we by all, that's the strikes, right? We're getting a lot of strikes. But then if we don't strike, we're seeing some really interesting leads out there. A lot of washouts or splits coming up high, combo spares that are more difficult than single pin spares. So it's a lot of strikes and a lot of opens that are going on right now. And it's a component of just trying to control the ball at the right part of the lane. So it's sometimes hooking a little bit too early, loses energy, misses the head pin to the right. Sometimes hooking a little bit too early and then going heavy on the head pin. But it's still, our bowlers are able to get to the pocket And when they do hit the pocket today, we're seeing a lot of strikes.
Well, I mentioned the pace was going to be certainly fast, and these divisions and the scores that it's going to take to get to the top 3, and of course in one division the top 4 are also going to be close. Still waiting on a few updates, but I mean, Silcox and Cole are right there. Now this is after 4, so there's a couple missing.
Yeah, I was mentioning the pace as well a little bit. I said Baker style is always fast, but when you put youth bowlers with Baker style, it is extremely fast. If I was out there today, I would be the roadblock. I'd be that speed bump like, hey, there's a backup on lane 13. That would be me and my team, because I would be huffing and puffing. I'd have a fan on me. I'd be sweating. But these guys just keep going. Are you a fast-paced bowler, or are you slower-paced?
You know what's funny about that? Kind of to what you just said, right? At some point, I just started noticing whatever team I was on always was finishing near the like last.
Yeah.
Like, and I started trying to pay attention. Am I slow? Is it me? Am I? And I found to be, I wouldn't call myself deliberate. Nice spare. But with understanding, like, the older you get, even at this level, like the U18 division in a normal setting, right, or the U23 or collegiate players, they just might take a little bit more time, because it seems like the more you learn, the more you try to, or the more you're thinking.
Yep.
Right. Hopefully it's not happening on the approach. And I realized that maybe you try to speed it up a little bit for me personally, just to kind of also help with, hey, you don't bowl that much anymore anyway, right? So let's just try to make it as simple as possible.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call myself slow, but aware that you could be not quite the human rain delay.
Yep.
That's not me. Great shot by Elizabeth Silcox, though. And one more is going to put them in the 230s. Paulus and Steen. They are the U18 division is going to be very close to get to the top 3.
So 156 for the Alvarado duo. A lot of red on that score sheet, unfortunately, and I mean, we're seeing something. Lane 7, not very good. Lane 8, very good. Lane 9, not very good. So that's a key path for all these bowlers that have gone through and are coming through the next couple of games. 7, 8, 9. Do your best on 7. Try to stay within your game. Try not to just give away too many pins. Lane 8, that's when you can get it. Try to recover some pins. And then when you get to lane 9, again, try to just stay within it and find a way to the pocket. Try to make some spares and get out of dodge relatively unscathed.
Rush trying to get to 2-teen.
This would be impressive. If he gets this one, I would say a big momentum builder for that duo.
Oh.
And that's kind of not so much a crusher, but you can see the reaction, right? Little deflated. If that strikes, that's a big momentum push.
And it's stepped away to talk with, again, Justin Kostick. He's the head coach of Arkansas State. He is here recruiting, but he stopped by the EYT to get a look at who might be bowling. Many of the players who we might have had here today is at the, I think it's called Strike Fest. That's a big high school, girls' high school event here at another one of our friends, Joliet Town and Country. That's down the street. If we go to the right, get you some bowling next door. which maybe we remember because this is not our normal weekend for holiday doubles. There was a conflict, so we had to move to this date, which, of course, then conflicted from the high school perspective. So that makes sense today. Makes way more sense. But Justin's he's starting to get a few players from Illinois. Like Katie Ruzak, for example, if you recall.
Oh, yeah. She made singles. She qualified through Stardust last year and made her way to the singles portions for nationals. That was in Vegas this past year.
See Caruso and Thunberg still striking away. All right, so we got scores through 6. Now 1 is updated through 7. Of course, that was Cole and Silcox. They are now 3 under for 7. But right now, they would be 4th behind Biondo and Ramel, who lead. JT and Zach Grothus, and Joss and Tyler.
We're taking the top 3, I believe. You're looking at
top 3 in U18.
U18.
In U16, Strode and Carmichael kind of putting together a dominant-like performance. Van Hovland and Nell 2nd right now. Yelton and Zabelka currently in 3rd. That's 1 pin in front of Vetter and Burnett in U16. We're taking 3 there. So battle for number 3, 3rd spot at the moment. U14 through 6 games. Franco and Saunders. I'm sorry. They're through 7. Nehemiah Kiefer and Easton Taylor are +6. Then Franco Saunders, then Schmidt Majors, then Cabinets and Boykin. That's the division we are taking 4, which was combined with U12 today. And then U23, Thunberg and Caruso at +117. That happened very quickly for them. I mean, +117 basically in 4 games.
Last 4 games, yeah. 192, 185, and then they went off. That was when they switched to reactive.
Absolutely. Brandolino LaCory, 87 over. The Alvarado duo, they were 27 over, and but unfortunately gave some pins back. So some very, very close scores as we anticipated.
Mixed score sheets going on right now in front of us. We got Williams and Weems coming into lane 7 with 3 strikes in a row. Little unexpected. I mean, not expected because these 2 bowlers are very good. Unexpected because lane 7 has been giving a lot of bowlers some grief. All right, Alvarado's back on track. Through 5, just 1 9 spare, the rest strikes. Looks like Thunberg and Caruso with a spare will be in the 240s yet again, as they pull away with that number 1 seed so far.
We'll have a couple really good, fun step ladders.
I jinxed it. 235. 9. It was a 9 pin.
Yes, you did.
Oh, 4-7-9 now. Some troubles again here in the opening frames. This time in game number 8 for Paulus and Steen. Well, 6 strikes in a row on lane 7. I think that's the most strikes that we've had in 1 game on that lane.
Oh!
Clips it right in front.
Okay, Tyler.
Perfectly done.
Colorado, they need a big game, another one. And to think it's going to be colder tomorrow. We might have to move a little further down tomorrow.
The good thing is I brought the warmer of our H5G long sleeve. I brought the warmer one that we got a couple of years ago, a little thicker. Might have to put 2 pairs of socks on? I don't know.
Shot there from Rush. There's a very cool youth event that's going to take place in April. It's in Decorah, Iowa. And I mentioned Iowa because, of course, that is where Rush is from. But it's some really, really, really good opportunities. A lot of money involved to first place, too. Be a Kingpin Entertainment. Really cool 16-lane center. So that's one that's going to be or should be on the calendars. The calendars of many. It's the Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament. April 24th through the 26th. It's a nice way to kind of really prepare for junior gold.
A lot of success last year, I remember.
Yeah, they got some big guarantees too.
Yeah.
Man. 10K.
Wow.
In the boys divisions, 5,000.
Can I get in that?
Right. for the girls.
Yeah, that seems like a must bowl, like can't miss, like you said.
Ooh, thank
for
you,
that
Julie.
amount of prize fund.
Absolutely, yeah. You got to be bowling that. That reminds me of, speaking of Coach Steen, he was part of the Midwest Youth main event for a couple of years, and they were giving out 4-figure first place checks as well. But to get 5K, or I'm sorry, 5 figures for boys, but 5K for the girls winner, and that could go up based on if they get more entries.
Right. That's huge. You don't see that very often, especially in youth tournaments. You hardly ever see that. I mean, I've never, maybe. I don't know of any other ones that are paying that much.
I think the Midwest Youth Championships in Minnesota pays $5,000.
Okay.
Oh, how about that? Shot there from Addison. No, on the messenger. That's right, Malaya Chavez. Thank you, Julie Brandolino. Good to see you in the chat, as it always is, but also very familiar now because G is bowling. But yes, Malaya is from Joliet, Arkansas State. I tell you, man, this is the place where there's a ton of places around the country to go recruit. But if I was a college coach, I would make 3 to 4 trips a year to the Chicagoland area. Every year without question. It'd be like clockwork.
Yes. You could build a whole team.
You absolutely could.
I mean, Judson, for example, right? They built almost a powerhouse, getting there maybe, just around Chicagoland bowlers.
And that's a good example of the infancy stage with respect to recruiting and a young program. Like, certainly you build local. When I bowled collegiately, and I didn't understand it truly until we were fortunate enough to win a national championship. Now, the thing about Lindenwood at the time, it was not a team that had a full roster of players from Missouri, which is where the school was located in St. Louis, or specifically St. Charles, but the suburb of St. Louis. They already had a lot of players from varying states. Not a ton, right? But we had some players from Canada. There were a couple players from like Pennsylvania already on the team. That we show up, and you had Chicago, more Pennsylvania. There was a lot of Illinois actually represented, and then we won, and then we all of a sudden we got players from California.
Yep.
And that's when I knew it'd become a national destination, and that's where Judson's headed. Like, they're going to become a national destination because they're having more success this year too.
Yeah. That's what it comes with. You get your name out there, they start to look into you more. You grow from a local, regional to national, but it's still hugely important to everyone out there. I mean, if you're a coach or a spectator or a parent of a bowler, it's hugely important to continue to breed that local talent. So if you're in the St. Louis area, Lindenwood, McKendree, if you're in Chicagoland, Judson, others, Lewis, etc., even if you do become like a powerhouse and a nationwide or international destination of bowlers, you really still need to keep that local talent coming to that university. You can't overlook that.
Those are things you hear about in like football, basketball, where the local fan base or the alumni, right, want the really good players, the top-ranked players in the state to stay
there,
stay home, as quote unquote.
Yeah. Yep. You can't get you can't fall in love with that international recruit, the California stuff, the East Coast, West Coast, and whatever. It's like, hey, we still got a lot of great bowlers right in our area. Can't overlook that, because then those bowlers will go, to wherever. They'll go somewhere else.
It's Rush and Tyler finishing up. Let me go next door briefly here. And actually, next door, they're already starting game 9. Let's go to game 9 here for LaCorey. All right, so G and Christian now with the front 5.
Having some fun.
I did predict earlier at the start of game 1 that I thought we'd see one game of perfection. Didn't have to be qualifying. Certainly it'd be great if it happened during the step-ladder finals, obviously, but I did predict that. I thought the conditions would allow for the possibility of that to happen.
Yes.
Haven't really gotten too close, but we've had a couple of duos have the front 6 to start a game.
Yes. I've lost count with the number of front 6s or 5, 6, 7 strikes in a row to start games. So I would support that. I would love to see it, and I think it is possible.
Well, still possible. Nice spare for Brett Biondo in the 10th frame. 3, 6, 7, 10 make. That's going to save a possible game of 231. Strike on the field gets them to 231. And the Grothis duo going to be in the 220s. Talking about recruiting. All right, Brett. Talking about staying home. Don't know. Not that I know. I don't know if he's made any decisions yet, but pretty cool to bowl for your dad and continue to build and leave a legacy at Judson. The Grothis duo, I'd be knocking down the doors of their parents right now. Front 8.
How can we get both? Oh, a 7-pin.
Well, we can blame Christian. We can blame him. We almost got there. Because we know G would have finished that up.
Oh, yeah.
We know she would have finished it.
She'll still finish it up. She'll make sure he knows that you messed up.
And I think that's the real key. We'll get to see Mrs. Brandolino tomorrow, which is always a pleasure. So back over on 7 and 8, Tyler and Joss gotten underway on 8. So we'll see Biondo and Ramel up close and in person. Paul Esteen, Silcox, and Cole on 9 and 10. The Alvarados. Let's take one more look at the standings now. Video refresh. All right, so U16 is still after 6. Same thing with U14, okay. So we should be up here in a moment. You trying to finish up possible 268 here. Just got to take care of the 10 pin. And the strike on the field, that would be 268. Get you back over to 7 through 10 for a little bit. Well, Olivia Titus is bowling here today or this weekend. Now, speaking of staying home, that's a player now as a Lindenwood alum, and she is from St. Louis. Well, at least Missouri. That's a player you gotta be able to stay at home or keep home, I should say. And this is me talking as an alum because I'd love to see Olivia Titus go to Lindenwood. It's an interesting collegiate world we live in. Right? Riley could end up, and we both could end up like donating to our schools' respective like NIL funds and to actually help some of these players go to our respective alumni institutions, which is so crazy.
Yeah, when I pull in my first $1 million, you know.
That's right.
Then I'll start doing that. Yeah, you know. We're on the cusp, like we're on the edge. You know how it is. No, but I was actually thinking of that.
You have the bowling center named after you.
Yeah.
With your donation.
I was thinking of that. It's obviously it's in the big sports. NIL is there, and it's crazy what it's done to college sports. I mean, and deservingly. Like, hey, these individuals are putting on shows. They're the reason that they're bringing in all this money and sponsorship. But I'm just kind of thinking, like, if or when that will come into the bowling world, there's opportunities. But you need deep pockets, big wallets, businesses, etc., to get involved.
There's a what I would say is like a small hint of it. It's very small, but you'll see a lot of players from respective institutions. See a lot of it in the NCAA world for sure.
Yeah.
They may have merch shops per player where you can buy some merch that's branded for the player individually with their number on it, signature, etc. And that would go towards their NIL, whatever the proper term would be. So it's a little bit of it. Seeing more players again. Oh my. Oh wow. What? He just took the 6 off the 3, 6, the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Took the 6 off.
Yeah, no, and the craziest thing is like you're like an inch or two away from making that spare, but instead it's 1.
Wow. Yeah, that was possibly 5 spare.
Yeah.
At least 5-3.
Yeah.
And maybe 5-4, but not 5-1. That's something. I have to go back and clip that. Well, unfortunately, Rush and Tyler running out of games. But Tyler here and Joss, as well as Brett, Mr. Ramel here, still fighting. Some of them fighting for a top spot. I mean, this might be the day. I think people are in different courts on the top seed scenario. But I think I'd like my chances as the top seed today.
Yeah.
Especially with the way some of these players and these duos have bowled, truly.
Yeah, I always, in Baker style, that's when I really prefer to if you can. I would prefer to be that top seed, receive some buys, things like that. Like in Baker, you never know when a team is going to get hot, and I just don't want to take my chances because it's one bowler every other frame. They can get hot for 3 or 4 frames, and then all of a sudden you're in the dust and you can't come back. So in Baker styles, I definitely like to get as many buys as I can if possible, and then that just means if you are the 1 seed and you've got 1 or 2 games to get the win, then your mindset changes a lot. Hey, I've only got 5 shots I need to make, and it just takes it from a large, maybe daunting mindset into a very simple mindset.
Some Dugals are rolling into game number 10. What are you talking about getting done early? Wasn't expecting this early.
Yeah, about an hour and a half so far.
We are way ahead of pace. Yondo picking up something that may be a little bit stronger. What ball is that? Let's see if we can figure it out.
Origin. Discontinued now. Gone too soon.
Those are the ones that are good. What else can Tyler make? Oh, hook ball. Oh,
Hey,
my goodness.
So, yes, he made that 3rd frame. That's what we were talking about. Inch or 2 away from making it. Gets another opportunity in the 7th. Adjusted that inch or 2, and he makes it.
Young Tyler. Bowls for Taft High School. Pretty sure, yeah. Tyler was a state qualifier individually. Speaking of the Paulus family, he's got a nice holiday treat from Mrs. Paulus. We appreciate her and Dad, wherever he may be. Oh, 9-pin.
I don't have the words to say how much I like these pecans. Cinnamon glaze or something. I don't even know what they are, how to make them, but I have no words to say how much I like them. This will be gone the second I open it. They'll be gone before, like, you look away and then look back, they'll be gone. I had these last year, and they did not last. and I promise you, these will be gone. The second we're done with game 10, these are gone.
Well, that's going to happen pretty soon. The group over on at least 13 and 14 at the moment. They're in the frame 4. And Brandolino and LaCory did start front 3. And G's got a 10-pin to deal with. And she handles that. What an ace she's been for Jacksonville State, her first semester as a collegiate bowler, which I didn't expect anything less. Colorado over there, they're going to need a big game. Wait, so Tyler and Joss get to 206. Oh, wow. This just means that if Rush is bowling tomorrow, as well as Tyler, if they're bowling the Trios Cup, they're going to win that.
Yeah. They've got a lot of strikes remaining this weekend. Saving them for tomorrow, possibly.
Team Judson. Let's see, and this pattern was 41 feet?
Yep.
Very intriguing how this is shaped up here. Let's go next door briefly.
And then a preview at tomorrow's pattern will be a little bit shorter at 38 feet. So that 3 feet of difference is going to be pretty drastic, especially here at Strike and Spare. Definitely going to use a lot, I would assume, smoother bowling balls. 38 feet, anything that has back end is going to be really uncontrollable. It'll be nose diving off the back of the pattern, so probably see a lot more smoother equipment. And tomorrow could be a day of a lot of urethane. I didn't expect today to be urethane, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that inside reactive ball is the look, but tomorrow it could be urethane.
The U23 division is going to be very interesting with stepladder. It looks like we kind of know based on scores. It's going to be Thunberg, Caruso, Brandolino, LaCorey, and the Alvarado duo. A lot of mix and match, but Alvarado duo 8 over with 1 to go. Gianna and Christian 160 over with 1 to go. Thunberg and Caruso 187 over with 1 to go. So there's a battle for the top seed there. That'll be a very fun stepladder to watch. And some updates on U18, but
if I can say real quick, going back to that mindset of match play, that number 1 seed gets, in that particular case, is even more important in my opinion, because the 2 seed will bowl Alvarado duo, who we've seen 279, 230s, 240s. They can pull that off in the blink of an eye, and that's something that I would want to avoid. So that top seed, I would be gunning for it hard in that division.
And Rush off camera, well, bottom right of your screen, you did see
Another one.
He just left another 8-pin.
Get him out of your system right now, Rush.
Rush is going to force me to put together a mixtape of this. In the U18, we still got plenty of games left to kind of, from the updated perspective. U16, Vetter and Burnett have got things going, including that 278 in Game 7. I got them to the lead. They've overtaken Autumn Strode and Ryan Carmichael. They had 180, 160 in Game 7 and 8. And Van Holven and Nell right now, that's your top 3. Yelton and Zabelka are going to need a big game. Actually, their scores haven't been updated. That might have been the one item we were talking about earlier with the score input. There was a small little hiccup that.
I'll go take a look. They're just a couple lanes away. I'll be right back.
All right, 183, as that's officially all good there for Biondo and Mel. We got a couple of duels that are done now with all 10 games. What did you come up with, Riley, on the update score front?
My lovely wife was all over it. So if you refresh, it should be in there.
All right, so they would still need a big game. Speaking of Yelton and Zabelka, and a lot of help. They also got Zarlingo and Kohut in front of them in third. Fourth. But right now it's Vetter, Burnett at plus 133, Strode, Carmichael at plus 91, Van Hovlen and Nell third at plus 67. Zarlingo, Kohut fourth right now at minus 60. And taking the top 3 teams to U16. Talked about U23 and once the others are updated.
Coming into our frame, lane 7, the Grothus brothers 3 strikes to start their game, which is the final game of qualifying. So we'll be done on 9 and 10 in just a few minutes, but we'll have a full game on 7 and 8. Oh, 2, 4, 8. Ends up falling. A pin snuck right between them and ricocheted off each other. So that's 4 strikes to start this game.
Well, let's see. They are in U18 right now. Like, they were good at 70 over. Yeah, they're going to be. Yeah, they're all but in, minus the making it official part. But they're in. And Rush and Tyler, of course, not going to get there. And Elizabeth and Addison had some good moments. They are going to fall short as well.
Oh, back up to the 2-4-10.
He won a Storm Bowling Ball earlier.
Yes, he did.
On the
doing
backup.
backup ball. Nice spare.
It sure is colder down on this end.
My coat's been zipped up a couple of inches every game. I'm almost to the top. I have gloves in my pocket. I'm debating if I put them on. Are we at Lambeau Field or something? Are we at Soldier Field outside?
Well, that's what they're doing tomorrow, man.
Yeah, that's what's right. They're going to be playing football in that weather tomorrow. Are the Bears at home?
Yes.
So it'll be negative temperatures. Man, whoever's
It
going to
will
that
be
game,
negative tomorrow,
good
for
luck.
sure.
Stay safe. Like, don't lose any limbs from the cold.
All right, so I'm going to run through bowl metrics one more time just to, again, that there were a couple, specifically U14. Now that U14 is updated through 9 or just about.
Wow.
Nice job, Biondo.
So an adjustment going back to the right with urethane.
Nehemiah Kiefer, Easton Taylor had the lead in U14. And then it was actually pretty up for grabs on what was going down. Franco Saunders in the mix. You had Schmidt Majors vying for a spot. Cabanis Boykin. A couple teams actually, and they're taking 4 in the U12, U14. You got 5 teams right now for 4 spots. Really 4, I would say 4 for 3. Could actually even say 3 for 2 because I think Franco and Saunders probably is going to be just fine. U18. Again, the Grothis duo is going to be in. Tyler and Joss going to be in. Yondo, Ramel going to be in. So that's going to be your top 3. In fact, this could be a preview of the U18 championship match. That's, of course, if Tyler and Joss will have anything to say about that. Tyler and Joss are going to be the number 3 seed in U18. And they will face the Grothis duo here in the opening match with Brett and Mr. Ramel here. They're going to lead this division. Oh, looks like we got one. Oh, we got a handful of teams maybe finishing up who just made the turn. Well, a U14 or U12, U14 squad just make the turn.
Oh.
Down to lane 3.
So they still have a game left. All right.
Okay.
.216 for Zach and JT. Strong finish, 4 in a row.
Well, let's see. What pair is the U18 division going to be contesting? It's going to be on 11 and 12. I was wondering if Brett could have put this information on this pair, or this lane, I should say, in his back pocket, but we'll have to save it for 2026 when we come back.
Yeah, the good thing about our extra camera today, we will get everyone in match play on a live stream.
That is correct. Yes, we're going to have U12, U14 on 7 and 8. Actually, yeah, 7 and 8 for all 3 rounds because there's 3 rounds there. Every other division will have 2 rounds. U16 will be on 9 and 10. U18 will be on 11 and 12, and U23 will be on 13 and 14.
Jaden can throw a 15-pound bowling ball like it's a softball.
Well,
I don't know what I just watched.
I got to get the backstory.
That was crazy. He doubles in the 10th frame with a beautiful kind of a tight rope, 4th arrow to 12-ish. And then he's like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go in front of the ball return and throw it 40 feet down the lane. And then he strikes 10 back.
There's got to be a little bit of backstory as to the why or the where did the loft, because it's a, I've seen him enough times to say, like, that's a pretty prominent part of his game.
It is. Yes.
Like, it's his A game.
Yeah. He can. He threw it like a.
I mean,
like
he
it was
lost
a
it more
beach
than
ball.
Mika.
Yeah. Yeah. That was crazy. That is not. He makes it look so easy. That is not easy.
No.
That's 15 pounds. Try going to the gym and picking up a 15-pound weight and throw it 40 feet.
It certainly helps to be young. It certainly helps to be young. Well, we've got Leslie Majors, a little bonus coverage here as we wrap up qualifying at the Holiday Doubles with the Elite Youth Tour. Leslie is bowling with Emily Schmidt. That's a pretty good duo.
That's great. That's a great duo right there. Emily coming in from Minnesota and Leslie in the Chicagoland area?
She is from just south of Indianapolis.
Oh, okay.
Like in the Indy suburbs.
All right. That's so cool how Minnesota, Indianapolis, doubles partners. That's what bowling does.
Yeah, U12 had to bowl with the U14 division today. And so we mentioned this earlier, but if you know someone, and I know at that age it can be difficult to know if this is something that your child is going to either want to do, continue to do, or and you may, as a parent, you may feel like they're not good enough yet to kind of take that step or make the jump. And sometimes you don't really know if they want to do it, whether they're good at it, whatever, until they actually come out and do it. But I can tell you, this is kind of one of the best places to kind of start. It is a very relaxed environment. Of course, there's going to be some strikes thrown depending on the pattern. Mm-hmm. But the community itself, amongst the players, they have fun.
Yes.
And
it's
so
warm. It's welcoming. Friendships are immediately made. You not only meet U12 bowlers, but you may meet some U14 bowlers throughout the mix and get paired with someone that may be the next bowling mentor to that U12 division.
Yeah, so if you know someone, folks, again, thinking about it, we want to continue to grow the U12 division. Noticed a little bit of a change there for Emily Schmidt. She's wearing a wrist device. She's won several EYT titles already. Only going to get better. I mean, the way Leslie Majors throws the ball, her dad was telling us a story. Sometimes she's got to keep her out of the bowling. That's how much she loves this sport already. Looks like maybe a washout there. Couldn't see the 10 pin if it exists.
That
And it
one's
did
an over.
exist, and she made it. One,
Usually
two, four, 10.
want to go crossover on those washouts. That one hit just light enough on the head pin, actually, that it sent the messenger, which we're used to seeing with the full rack, take out the 10 pin. That one was able to messenger and take out the spare.
Want to get in the raffle? You can come to the tournament check-in room.
Raffle time. Just like normal, the break, it's normally about 15 minutes. I'd give or take that it'll still be about 15 minutes. Just for the record, let me make sure that Leslie and Emily here are right already in the chat. They were, right? Didn't we say Schmidt and Majors? Weren't they in the mix here? They were in the mix.
They were.
They have 2 games missing, so it's hard to tell where they actually are right now, real-time standings. But this division is taking the top 4. So it was Nehemiah and Eason leading. But then you got Franco Saunders, and you got Wilms, De Lorenzo, and there's Emily and Leslie. That would be your 4. And Caleb Boykin and his partner, Mr. Cabanis, were also just about 20 pins back of, 18 pins back of Leslie and Emily. So I think, and Caleb was down there finishing up on the high end. So I think basically we had 2 games, game 10s, 1 on each end, and bowling for the final spot in the U14 division.
Yeah. It's hard to put a severity on this spare, but with that being said,
Yeah, 190 would be,
that would be,
feels like it would be really good right now.
yeah, spare here would be really big.
That was a good attempt at it. 181 won't be too shabby, though.
That still seems like a good game. That would mean 200 to teen-ish, low 200 is what. But again, we're missing a couple of games. But
Correct.
the way the numbers look right now, Boykin and his partner would have had to be somewhere in the low 200s at least to have a chance to leapfrog them.
All right, folks, so here's what we have for you right now. It is break time. And once all scores are entered, of course, and they're being updated in real time as we speak. I'm very intrigued by what's about to take place with the Emily Leslie situation. So I'm going to hang on and see if we can get this one, or if it's updated while I'm on the air. There will be a brief little break, as we always have. Quick raffle to handle. And then we'll have our stepladder finals again from lanes 7 through 14. And we'll be able to get you every division, as Riley mentioned, which is very rare. But we'll take it certainly today. So if you got questions about your favorite bowler and where they're bowling, you'll be able to watch them, whether in full screen or picture-in-picture. And I'll be making that switch, of course, as we go along. So got you covered there today. And there will be one additional round for the U12, U14 division, because we are taking 4 teams to the finals as opposed to 3. So 7 and 8 will be the final pair to have bowling on it. Mr. Weems is watching, preparing for Joss and Tyler's appearance in the U18 boys, or the U18, stepladder today. Same thing with Steve Strode, who has been watching and popped in ever so since game 1. Rooting on Autumn and Ryan Carmichael, and they too, of course, will be bowling in the stepladder finals. In the U16 division. Had a really good day, too. Plus 109, but Vetter and Burnett are going to be the top seed there in U16. And they will be joined by Van Holven and Nell. So we'll get to get the first names of that particular duo. That's going to be the U16 division. Vetter, Burnett, the number 1 seed. The opening match will feature Strode Carmichael versus Van Holven and Nell. U14 is, the numbers are in. And it is Kiefer and Taylor at plus 122. They are the leaders in the top seed. Franco Saunders, the number 2 seed at minus 103. Then Leslie Majors and Emily Schmidt, third at minus 138. And Wilms and DiLorenzo hang on for 4th place at minus 174.
Wow.
Boykin Cabin is just outside. They missed it by 14 pins. So that division is set. Talked about U16, talked about U18, and finally in U23, as mentioned before, Thunberg, Caruso, the top seed there. They will face either Gianna Brandolino or Christian LaCory or Dylan and Ryan Alvarado. That's your 1, 2, and 3 in the U23 division. Now that we know who our participants are, that break will be a little bit easier. You know who's bowling, when they're bowling, and effectively where they're bowling. Until it'll be a few minutes, but step ladder finals are on their way. Bill Williams Jr., Riley Smith will have the call for you. That's all coming up next. You're watching the Elite U Tour Holiday Doubles here in December of 2025. Happy holidays to all of you. Hang tight here on the Elite Stream, courtesy of Bullstream TV.
Very last call for the raffle. So if you want to get in it, now is the last chance. There's QR codes hanging out. You can come to the check-in table, but I'm going to announce our winners in a minute. a bye, you can practice and warm up on 19 through 22 is on for you for bye. 19 through 22, you guys can warm up if you have a bye. You're going to get, when you get to your pairs, you'll get 2 balls on each lane. The higher seed will get to choose the starting lane. So 2 balls each lane. When the byes come in, they will also get 2 balls each lane.
Good job.
She'll let me live stream. How you doing? Matt, she'll let me say stuff. Let me say hi. Hi, guys. Yay.
All right, folks, we've got practice for our step ladders. Well, Riley talked about what's about to take place, but and the presence of being the #1 seed today. But I think the presence of being the higher seed also very important because you're staying on the same lane.
That's right. You get lane choice. And the higher seed was Wilms and DiLorenzo, and they're choosing lane 8. Smartly so. We saw lane 8 play much better than lane 7.
Everyone's getting a kick out of us, Riley, but it really is cold.
We're just trying to do our job, you know?
It is chilly. All right, so we got a couple of practice shots still going down in the U18 division. Looks like competition's about ready to begin on for U23.
So we're playing one game, total pinfall, winner moves on?
From my understanding.
Yeah, okay, good. That was my understanding.
The traditional stepladder, but the Baker version, if you will. That's what we got going down right now.
And this is where that mindset of you talking to your teammate and you're just saying, hey, we got 5 frames each, you know? Great shots. Just keep making great shots. You only got 5 of them. And great spare 4-5 conversion from Autumn.
Nice.
It just makes it a lot simpler, right? It just breaks it down into maybe some nerves or whatever the case is of match play. Hey, we just got 5 shots. Make your best effort every time.
I like that a lot from the thinking perspective and how teams certainly should try to approach it. But as quickly as it begins, it could be over because it is a step ladder. And they do go by very quickly. Right now, Majors and Schmidt, Emily and Leslie, doing a great job. They are clean through 3 frames. I love the jerseys here from
Me too.
Wilms and DiLorenzo.
I thought for a second walking in Savannah banana jersey, but 2 scoops, ice cream.
Oh, that's hooking. Great shot.
Nice.
And we got Van Holven, Nell, Carmichael, Strode. That's on 9 and 10. Then it looks like U18 is officially underway. Joss, Tyler, and versus the Grothus brothers. Tough break there for Emily. And in the U23 division, the Alvarado duo, Dylan and Ryan. Nice spare there from Tristan.
Big spare.
Versus Gianna and Christian, Brandolino and LaCory. Bottom right of your screen at the moment. I tell you, Riley, I look at all these matchups so far early, kind of based on their performances leading into the stepladder, and I don't know if there's any, quote unquote favorites, right? I just think everyone bowled really well. For Leslie and Emily, respectively, right? They had to bowl. They were bowling for their stepladder lives in the last game, and able to hang on for a spot, which I thought was fantastic. That's actually a U12. I think both of these, I don't know if Tristan has moved into the U14 yet. I'm not sure. But Emily and Leslie. Oh,
awesome
Emily
spare.
Schmidt. Well, we've seen a lot of good spare shooting today.
Yeah, it covers up the 5-10
from many players. Nicely done.
And it seems like, looking around, we'll have a couple strings here and there, but with it being match play, the tensions are higher, the nerves are more apparent. So it to me, it seems like it's just going to come down to whatever team can stay with that cool, calm, collected, stay level-headed. And it's almost like that the first team to catch a double if it's early or middle of the game, late in the game, the first team that can catch a double and then stay clean around that double, that's a big advantage. And I think those will be the teams as it unfolds that will probably come out on top throughout every level of match play here. Trying to avoid the splits. We've had a couple of splits made, but trying to avoid those splits, make your makeables. If you can get a double in there, that'll really turn the tide. Ooh. So after a double, Carmichael Strode doubles, and the 6 frame leaves the big 4. Couple spares from Wilms and Di Lorenzo. And a pair of opens on 11 and 12. So Weems and Williams versus the Grothus brothers. A couple of opens for both teams and a couple of strikes up there. Oh, and that is a very fortunate hit for these guys and a good timing for it, as that puts them 2 strikes in a row heading into the 7th.
Big 3-bagger from Tyler and Joss against the Grothus brothers. They've got 2 splits, speaking of Tyler and Joss, but they've covered them up.
.233 would be the max for Weems and Williams if they were to strike out.
Just go full screen there. Next door, there's Joss. Left of your screen. There's another one.
And if Grothus brothers strike out, that'd be at .223.
Back over to Leslie. Carmichael Strode, that's a huge strike in the 8th. They trail currently by 4.
Wow, that's a lot of power. That's going to be 18 and a half, I would say. Yep. Oh, so interesting events unfolding. 11 and 12, so Grothus with an open in the 7th, but an open in the 10th frame from Williams. Although this, you could still make this one. This is a somehow a 2, I don't even know how this was left, a 2-6-10. Does he go for the make or go for 2? He's going for the make.
Oh my goodness.
That was gutsy.
Wow. Tyler. Ice water.
Wow, that was so gutsy. So, looking back at the math, I wasn't able to do it quick enough. I would absolutely have taken 2, because a strikeout from Team Grothus would give him 199, and taking 2 there is 199. So it guarantees a tie. But he goes for the make, makes it, and shuts them out. So now they are moving on, Williams and Weems.
What a spare. Nicely
Gutsy
done.
performance.
All right, so Tyler and Joss move on. We've got ourselves a situation now in the U14 as well. Missed spare there in the 8th frame from Leslie and Emily. Meanwhile, Carmichael had to lean on it. Missed single pin in the 9th there for Strode and Carmichael. And with the non-strike from Ryan. Boy, he did not miss very much.
He's firing that. That's a heater.
And that's an advancement. U16 Van Holven and Nell going to defeat Strode and Carmichael. Tristan Wilms. Well, we could have ourselves a 10th frame situation here, Riley. Tristan gets the first one in the 10th. We'll see if Tristan will go, or see if Emily is going to go, or Leslie.
Big double there, 9th and 10th. Di Lorenzo and Wilms.
A lot can happen here. Push a little. Oh, it crosses over. All right, it's a good 5-pin there. That's a good 9 count. All things considered. Now the situation is Leslie has to make the spare. And then Wilms Di Lorenzo will then have to step up and throw the next one in the 10th. 9 spare, that would be 180.
We're switching lanes. 2 game total pins.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah, we were both mistaken.
All right, that's needed info.
So 180 is what Carmichael and Strode had.
Well, now I need a pin. Well, I feel like definitely the 7 and 8 believes it's a 1-game match.
$180, $196, 9 and 10.
All right, so 180, 196.
180 for Strode, Carmichael. Yep.
See, they think they won. All right, so Wilms and Di Lorenzo puts a whole different spin on a lot of things we just watched.
It does. It does.
I'm not convinced that everyone knew that it was 2-game total pinfall.
So 9-pin difference on 7 and 8 in favor of Di Lorenzo and Wilms. 16-pin advantage for, remind me of the lane 10, the names over there.
Nell and Van Holven.
Okay, Van Holven and Nell with a 16-pin advantage over Strode and Carmichael. And roughly, it was like, I think they shot 179-ish for Grothus, somewhere in that range. So 21, 31, a roughly 30, 31 pin lead for Wilms and Weems, who are starting off quick with a messenger to make it 4 strikes in a row.
So I'll go back to Tyler going for the split, which makes more sense if he knew it was 2 games.
Yeah,
Right.
extra pins.
You know, because you weren't going to be affected if you didn't make it. Obviously, in that scenario, it may not matter though, because they've got the front 5.
But hey, Grothus Stepping up here, a chance to make it 3 in a row with a spare in the first. Backup ball.
Oh, he's going to it.
Hiya, 10 pin out of there.
Ryan Carmichael, man.
Lined up.
First miss from
Oh,
uh-oh.
they're charging.
Man, just like you said, too.
We'll have to correct that score. Tyler's got an 8 count. Gave him 9.
Yeah, I think Joss is attempting to handle that down there. And Holden went for it.
That was a great spare over there. Wilms, sleeper with the 3-9 conversion. Talking to his partner for a minute there, trying to figure out the best strategy to go about it. In the sleeper case, you need that ball to take care of both pins. Couple of opens on 9 and 10 in the 5th frame for both, followed by a 4-pin. And now a chance for Carmichael Strode to make a little run here. The strike would be big. Oh, hits the hole. Comes away with a 9-pin. Ooh, double. Wilms Di Lorenzo. 5th and 6th frames there. Oh. So Easton in the 5th frame, 4-9. And here in the 7th frame, 4 through the face. Opportunity for Strode and Carmichael. Good effort. So 105 in the 7th now. Spare here will gain about 9 or so pins for Strode and Carmichael and bring this match to roughly 7-pin difference with our 2-game total. Meanwhile, Wilms and Weems continue their striking with a big game here into the 230s already. And with a good effort, good late run from the Grothis brothers will not be enough. So they'll be eliminated, and Weems and Williams will move on over on 11 and 12.
Trying to get the update on the Alvarado Brandolino LaCory match, but before we do that, let's go back down 7 through 10. And this match got interesting quick.
Ball
16
change.
pin advantage
Wow.
at one point, right?
Wow, Easton with a ball change after 4-9, 4 through the face. And he comes back huge in that 9th frame with a strike. And now a chance for them to put this one away with ball in hand. So strikeout for Carmichael gets 184. And 184 if Nell does not strike. Okay, so 184 doesn't matter. That is enough for Nell and Van Hoven to move on. As they shot 196, 184, and Strode, Carmichael fired 180, and depending on count here, 184 is their max.
The big jump left for Wilms and DiLorenzo, proving to be the difference here in our U14 step ladder. Just heard Leslie Majors kind of plead a story so she can stay and bowl trios tomorrow. It is supposed to snow in Indy. Open frame there for DiLorenzo. They had 190.
Yes, it was 190, 181.
It was a 9-pin lead. Ooh, well, yeah,
Nice shot.
that'd be 200. Best they can do is 381. 196 is would be the difference here, and there's still a path. Emily Schmidt's going to need 2 and 8. So it's going to be up to Emily Schmidt. The lefty.
If I did some math, okay. I think if they strike out, that would have been 200 and 181. 381.
Yes.
Okay.
She needed a double and a lot of count to make that happen. 196 was the magic number for Wilms at that time, of course, prior to that 10 frame.
All right. Wow. So coming down to the wire, Wilms and DiLorenzo sneak right by in the first round. Majors and Schmidt, really good battle. 181 to end their qualifying, and then with the strike here, a couple of 180s in match play. Still a really good game. A lot of spares, just one open in this game. A really good battle. They never gave up, right? They kept the pressure on the boys, and that's the way to do it. Sometimes pressure will lead to a couple of opens or splits, and they stayed in it the entire time.
I'm seeing the changes in ball roll for Emily too. She's continuing to get better. 383 to 358 officially. So that was the opening match in U14. Every other division now is in their title match. Take a look at that. Practice shot starting to roll. Team Judson, if you will, Biondo, Ramel. Let's take on Tyler Williams and Joss Weems. Sebi Vetter. Mr. Burnett set to hit the lanes on 9 and 10. Well, another Eli Franco sighting here in U14.
A lot of good matchups here for all of us will be in the finals in this round, I believe. Or is there one?
Every division except U14 will be in their title
Got it.
match.
All right.
All right, Riley, what are we seeing, or what do you see, I should say,
Lane play?
with respect to where we are in this
Whoa.
pattern, and of course the loft of Jaden.
It's getting a little bit dicey. It's the look that we saw with reactive, maybe around fourth arrow for the righties, has gone away, and it seems like we need a controllable bowling ball that will read like more in the middle part of the lanes. Anyone that has gone down to too weak of a bowling ball is getting a lot of reaction off the back end of this pattern, and that's what's causing these splits. Is too much friction off the back of the pattern, too much angle entering into the pocket, and that's where we see 4-9s, or, you know, just like we saw there, the 3-7 combinations. And then if you have a asymmetric ball that's a little bit cleaner, we just saw on lane 8, it's getting to the break point and then losing energy. So what's the trick? You got to find something that's going to read a little bit around that middle part of the lane, but not create too much friction when it hits the dry spots. And it's kind of interesting. We'll see what Biondo and Ramel can do, because they're playing the lanes a little bit different. You see there, Biondo went back to urethane, going further right. And there's just a lot of traffic, right? There's been a lot of bowling balls down the lane. The oil's moved around a lot, and it's gotten kind of dirty, right? It's just not a great line to the pocket right now. And he's elected to go over to urethane, and his partner has decided to take it all out of the equation and just throw over all of that dirt. And we see Wilms and his partner, Di Lorenzo, you know, granted younger and a little slower ball speed, but throwing urethane and able to hook it a little bit more. So that's the key. Make that ball read in the middle part of the lane and prevent any type of quick reaction off friction with too weak of a bowling ball.
Well, that was impressive. Nice shot there from Harper.
Oh, same reaction over here with the 2-8-10 being left.
Well, we've got a nice battle of really good jerseys, too, over on 7 and 8. 2 scoops, and then Hunter and Eli with matching jerseys as well, which I like. It's fast and furious next door in our U18 match in particular.
Oh, we got that to fall. Weems, 7-pin was standing and something rolled over, knocked it over last second.
And that's a match, too, where whichever team was going to get out in front early, somebody had to do it, right? Because you know the other team has plenty of firepower to really make it a match no matter how far you may get out in front.
Yeah.
And so, again, 2-game total pinfall here in our title matches. That's the format for today's stepladder.
No lead is safe.
Shot there from Tyler Williams. This feels like a game where you'd like to see Tyler and Joss finish the game for the reasons I just talked about. But 260 seems like a necessity because you don't want to leave it to chance. Like, you don't want to give Brett and Jaden any kind of additional feeling like, all right, we're not that far away.
Yes, assert that dominance. Weems and Williams, ooh, a split there. They just finished their match. They came in with a win on the same pair and really wanted to assert their dominance early in this 2-game total pinfall. Hey, great spare. Couple of splits, but this one is covered by Hunter, the 3-6, 7-10.
That's a confidence booster right there, too. You don't know what your ball reactions are looking like, right? It's certainly not consistent. And when you can make a big split, right, it can kind of help calm things down just a little bit, sometimes just enough.
Yep. His partner is lined up, has a really good look. Eli's bowling anchor. And in this case, in Hunter's mindset, he's looking for something, making adjustments. And in this case, Hunter's probably just thinking, try to get one strike, give the ball back to Eli, because I know that he'll strike and turn it into a turkey.
Take a look at that 3-6-7-10 conversion quickly. It's good stuff there. All right, so the open frame in the 9th. Weems, Tyler strikes the first one in the 10th. He can shoot 244. Again, Williams and Weems, team gratitude. An ode, of course, to Dr. J. Dr. J. Weems, Joss's dad, and man, I felt like he was a lot of players and shoot, even some adults, father figure as well. Speaking of Dr. J. By the way, Matt Thunberg and Ethan Caruso taking on Gianna Brandolino and Christian LaCory in the U23 title match. And that one, as you would anticipate, coming down to the end of game 1 with strikes galore. I like the intensity we've seen from a Hunter, or I'm sorry, not Hunter. Yes, Hunter Nell. Another split. Did he make that?
He did make that one. That was the 3-4-10.
Nice 234 from Joss and Tyler. Hovland. Biondo Ramel with 233 out there still.
And I'm okay with this pace from Ramel and Biondo. Just talking from a mental standpoint, a momentum standpoint within this match. Weems, Williams, they're raring and ready to go. They cannot wait for game 2 to start. They just shoot 234, really strong game. And now I love this. If it is strategy, I love it. To slow this game down, slow the match down. You have a chance here between the two of you guys to get to 233. And just like that, all the momentum that you're feeling between Williams and Weems, it gets sucked out of the air. And now it's a slower pace, right? Now they're sitting for maybe 5 minutes between their shots.
It's the interesting thing. We had just talked about it. Air. He's giving me shades of my dear friend Brian Valenta. Although that wasn't a part of VV's regular repertoire. I guess it was kind of, but once the lanes got to a certain point, he was definitely getting them down there like Eli Franco.
Nice. And Eli is getting that ball down the lane in a different way.
I was just going to say, he's got that rare ability to keep the ball on line.
Yeah, it's a cleaner bowling ball to begin with, but his ball roll and the way the ball reads the lane, it is gliding effortlessly through the front part of the lane. So any early hook that's out there, his ball is skipping right through it and heading to that break point and then going forward off the spot. So he's tricking the lanes, you know, not by air, not by ball speed and whatnot. He's tricking it through ball roll. He's very clean with it. Not a lot of up on his shots, more into the lane, allowing it to slide through the fronts.
That's a big 190 for them. Also considering how things started. Pretty impressive. Biondo got the first one in the 10th. He can get to 213.
Nice shot.
Easton. Oh, we got ourselves a nice little match here. It'll be 172 for Wilms and Di Lorenzo. 257 from LaCory and Brandolino. Caruso, Toonsberg shoot 194. A big lead, of course, for G and Christian in that one. Keep it here as we watch Harper. Oh, very soft at the bottom. You can see the hand rotate around the ball.
Ooh, 10th frame, 4-7-10 split. Sebi with a chance to swing this momentum. Lane 9, first ball in the 10th frame.
That's got to peel. It does.
Ooh.
And it was up the lane.
Big turn of events right there.
This is Sauls checking in. And for those watching on YouTube, in Hovland and Nell, we got fans and boy, plenty of fans too. There should be. They bowled very well. 223 with the open in the 10th. Sebi, bang. Sebi has a quick word with Harper. I think he's going to go try a different bowling ball. They're in the 240s.
Sebi with all strikes this game, minus the 8th frame where he went 8 spare. Otherwise, perfect in this opening game 1.
Big move there from Hunter Saunders, too. All right, made a ball change. He got left. Ended up with like a venom shock. So next door to Tyler Williams.
Oh.
I didn't catch Williams's, or I should say Biondo and Ramel. They shot 203. 31 pin lead for Weems and Williams. There will be one more match. It'll be on 7 and 8 in the U14 division.
So we're seeing two different styles. We mentioned it before, but 11 and 12. Weems and Williams a little bit deeper, throwing reactive. And then Ramel and Biondo playing a little bit further right. One urethane, one strong and smooth bowling ball. it seems like a case of high risk, high reward, where Weems and Williams are playing, versus like a lower risk, lower reward. What we saw in game one was a lot of strikes from Tyler and Joss, and then a couple of opens. And then with Biondo and Jaden, we saw fewer strikes but fewer opens, right? And it led to a 30-pin difference. It seems just like they're playing high risk, high reward versus lower risk, but lower reward right now. That's what 41 feet can give you. Multiple ways to get to the pocket.
Tyler really liked that one. .41 for Sebi and Harper.
Ooh, oh, 9-pin is dancing.
Brutal off camera. Nats and Ethan clawing their way back into this one slowly. Again, 2-game total pinfall. The format and the stepladder. U16, U18, U23. All currently in the title match. The U14 division is in the semifinal match. Mats Thunberg, the freshman at Wichita State, majoring in aerospace engineering. Good shot there. Joss takes care of the 8 spare. The 3-6 is converted. Looks like 259 right now, the max for Thunberg and Caruso. And all of a sudden, Brandolino and Ligori in a little bit of trouble. 453 is the max total for Caruso. Thunberg, 197 would be the magic number for Brandolino and Ligori to win the match. Franco and Saunders, by the way, are going to advance to the title match. They're going to take on Nehemiah Kiefer and Eason Taylor. And that was a very fast look over, and they are done. They shoot 404. Pretty impressive, though, how they got things together after the slow start in game one.
Both games here, first game and second game of match play, striking out in the 9th and 10th frames. A lot of pins there that they made up.
And Ligori and Brandolino all of a sudden running out of frames. They're seeing some transition over on lane 14. Meanwhile, Thunberg got the first one already. I think if Mats gets the good to see Mr. Weems out and about. Joss's grandfather is here in the building and in attendance. That was a big split too. That was an 8 spare.
A spare there. I can't fully tell. Is that 133 in the 7th?
I think they got 193 left. Oh wow. And that might have just did it. Late love tap on the 10. 259. Yeah, the magic number was 197 for G and Christian Ligori.
Wow.
Another split there for Ligori. It was still in play. I guess not quite over yet. Count still important. Nicely done. Oh, what a comeback with the quickness. But we watched them do that this morning.
Yep. Once they get lined up off each other, that's two bowlers that can play the same part of the lane and, you know, execute shots in a similar fashion. Once one of them gets lined up, pass that information to the other guy immediately, and 250 comes up just like that.
All right, so Biondo, Ramel, Williams, Weems, it was Joss and Tyler with a 31-pin lead. Biondo Ramel can only get to 204. And of course, Joss Tyler pacing in the 2-0s. We'll get you back through 7 through 10 here in a moment. Still important match in the U16 division. That is now in the 7th frame. Here's Tyler. Send it. Won't connect. And now it's official. Joss Weems, Tyler Williams, U18 champions here, the holiday doubles. I feel like both Tyler and Joss have won this with different partners in the past, but never together.
Yeah, I think Kai is his name. Is his name Kai? Lefty?
Oh, Kai Struthers.
Yep. I think he's, or maybe I'm thinking it could have been the Team Cup where they paired up
definitely
together.
won the Team Cup for sure.
Yeah, maybe that was the Team Cup.
All right, let's go back down to 7 through 10. Sebi just stood in front of the right ball return for a huge double. No one has truly blinked in this match, specifically this game. So it was an 18-pin lead coming into game 2 for Sebi and Harper. And now stepping up, Hunter Nell.
That's got to hold. Makeable. 3-6-10. I just overheard repeat doubles champions for Joss and Tyler.
So they did win last year. Wow. Oof. Clutch shot there.
Pretty good.
All right, so the max right now, that's including this spare there from Hunter. Still sitting at 235.
Yep.
Hook. All right.
Don't blink, everybody. 7 and 8. Are we still in? Although we're still, I think we're still in practice. Never mind.
Yes.
I was going to say we're 7 and 8 might be done fairly quickly.
Uh-oh. That was Sebi's opportunity to lock this up. He still could do it. All of a sudden, Easton with a chance. Maybe. No. $224 the max. That will get them to 447. 207 the magic number for Vetter with that. Spare is handled. 207 again was the magic number after that non-strike in the ninth. And so with 205, they'll be at 446. Speaking of Sebi and Harper. And now, if I am seeing this correctly, Hunter will need all 3 in the 10th to win by 1. 2 strikes and 9 is a tie. And of course, double and 8, or anything less than that, excuse me. And Harper and Sebi will take home the title. First one got a hook a ton. And that's going to do it. I gotta tell you, I like Hunter Nell. I like he kind of leaves the emotions out on his sleeve.
Yeah.
I like that. They made it interesting. That was a hard-fought match right there.
It really was. Couple of good shots in there, leaving a couple 10 pins. You know, single pin, 9 counts that were left. And then, you know, for Hunter, still throwing urethane, it seems like slightly lost his look. A little bit left, a little bit right, and it's just not recovering like it did earlier in these matches. You know, that one was a little bit left, comes up high. First shot in the 10th frame, a little bit right. So it's just unfortunate timing for that to happen. Otherwise, they were really locked in, and like you said, hard-fought match.
446 to 434 as Nehemiah gets a break. Saunders.
Ooh.
Wow, S4.
And is that still the Venom Shock? I can't tell. He may have gone. Nope, that still is. So after that ball change, looking good for a couple of shots, but now creating too much friction off that back end. And Hunter's game is a little more loopy with the bowling ball, a little more left to right action, a little slower ball speed. And what we're seeing right now is the higher ball speed, keeping the ball on a tightrope. Seems to be more successful, especially with, you know, his partner, for example. We just saw Eason, little tightrope action. Same with Kiefer. And that's just, there you go, trip 4 pin. Staying on line better than what a slow wheel is doing right now.
Pretty good shot there. You heard it. It sounded like a wrap 10. Saunders, Franco taking on top seed Kiefer Taylor. Holiday doubles, Elite Youth Tour. Tomorrow, the Bowlapalooza continues. The EYT, is it officially called the Trios Cup? Or is it still the Team Cup of the Trios?
Team Cup, but Trios format.
I noticed that Eason has added a kind of a first motion or first step. He rocks backwards to kind of get going a little bit. You see a lot of really good players do that.
Yeah, it's a way for timing, tempo. It's interesting, right? Because bowlers start from a stationary position. And you think of a lot of other sports, there's a little bit of motion before that player takes, you know, that athletic position. And in bowling, we just start from a stationary position. So sometimes getting a little bit of rock or a little small step before you start to get things going. It's just a feel, timing, tempo situation.
Remember, this is a 2-game total pinfall, and this is game 1 of this title match.
Oh, 9 pin. Disappears from a pin off the sidewall.
Kiefer back at it. Doesn't take him very long. Figure it out.
Ooh. Flat 10 pin, good shot though. And a little comeback here with Hunter and Eli. A chance with a double, they can get into the 2-0s and stay within range, put some pressure on Nehemiah and Eason. Oh, and that's what I'm seeing, a little too much swing. That ball got to the right a little bit too much. It hits a lot of friction and comes screaming back to the head pin. If Franco would have kept that a little bit tighter, I think that could be just a 4-pin or even a strike.
All right, so 171, Franco Saunders. I might check out. Very interesting how I have it totally unrelated to actually what's happening on the lanes. See what happens when you do miss left, as we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a little bit of or kind of extreme glare when each score or individual player, in this case there's only 2, is illuminated, right? Which normally doesn't give off too much of a glare. It's you can see the scores perfectly when the glare is, or when the player is not highlighted.
From a camera focus?
Yeah, just looking at it from the camera perspective. Well, I might take a look at that tomorrow. Should have lane talk here. I might try to use that tomorrow.
That's high quality work right there, Emil. That's why you're the best.
Well, it's been bothering me all day. I'm like, that didn't used to happen.
All right, here's a good look at Hunter, and that's a great shot right there. And I hope that information's being passed on to Eli. Hunter, the second rangefinder on the right-hand side, his ball, the break point for him was on the back half of that second rangefinder. Let's see where Eli's break point is. Okay, so he's outside. Yep, so that's the biggest difference highlighted right there. Eli's break point was more on the front part of that second far right rangefinder, and that's about a 3-foot difference, and that's all it is. From, fortunate break comes with a strike, but the difference between a pocket strike and coming up high, almost going brickling, that's the key here. It's angle that we're talking about.
Oh. Well, we've seen a few 8-pins on between 7, 8, 9, and 10 today. Rushdeen left 2 on. Actually, he left 1 on 8, right?
9 and 10. 9 and 10.
He left 1 on 9, then left another one on 10.
Yep.
Oof, well, that one was, I would say, slightly gassed there from Eason. Well, back up at the 3, 6, 9, 10. That's converted from Eli Franco. They are trailing in this one. Again, 2-game total pinfall. Have we ever had two-game total pinfall?
I believe so. I mean, that's.
I don't think I've seen it in person.
I've been doing this 3 years now or something of the Bullapalooza, and I for some reason can't tell you what.
Well, I meant in general though, like not just this weekend.
Like individual stuff,
Yeah.
eliminator style. That's always one game.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think
Yeah.
I've never seen 2-game total pinfall used,
Yeah.
and I like it. I was caught off guard because I didn't know after the first game of our first matches. I'm thinking we're calling it as if someone's about to win and lose. There were some players who still were unsure, you could tell also, and then there were others who did know what was happening.
If it would have been one game, we had some great calls.
Might go back and listen to it just for that. Well, Franco Saunders will need a run here.
Big difference. Moved inside parallel. That wasn't like 3 with the feet, 1 with the eyes. That was a parallel left where everything, his feet and his position at the arrows, got deeper. And what that did is it brought his break point from the inside front of the second rangefinder to the back of that second rangefinder.
Big double.
And that's close. I would recommend a move right there for Hunter. I think that's the last one that will hold there. Get Eli moved inside of where Hunter is. I would say Hunter move to where Eli is right now.
But they still need help from Eason and Nehemiah, and it doesn't look like they're going to get very much of that.
Yeah, they're in great position. Again, the way they're playing the lanes, Eason and Nehemiah, their bowling balls are going forward off the break point, and as long as they keep hitting their targets, they're going to strike or maybe flat 10. If they get a little bit extra, maybe it's a 4-pin or a 9-pin, but they're in really good position. Boom.
197, the magic number. That's assuming Hunter and Eli do strike out. That would put them at 411. That's got to push a lot. It will not.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. It was really apparent that last shot. Just not enough oil in the lanes to keep it in the same spot a couple shots in a row. Got to make that adjustment.
Nehemiah Kiefer still learning the game. Already racked up 12 total EYT titles.
Impressive.
10 in U12, 2 in U14, and looks like it's going to be his third in U14. He's going for 30. He wants 30. That would tie him with Landon Jordan for the all-time EYT lead. And that's a quote from an upcoming story. That's a tease in the January edition of Bowler's Journal International. Make sure you check that out.
Cool.
Eason Taylor. Bang. Let's do the old double check on the math. Yeah, that tough start there. Only 390 for Franco, of course, and Saunders. Eason and Nehemiah got out the gates well with 215.
Most impressed by Eason Taylor here in the final match. Just his accuracy overall. He's been working on a lot in his game, but I've noticed a big improvement in accuracy.
You know, I still remember watching Eason for the first time when I started working on this tour. That was 2021, right? And he was in U12, obviously a smaller young man. And then you just saw the hook, like you just saw the big hook, right? Which was impressive, but effortless, though, because of his hand.
Yes.
And how it's so quiet at the bottom of the swing at release point. And you just keep seeing him add the tools, right? He adds a different tool, keeps sharpening the tools that he already had, and then you add new tools, of course, and then that's truly what makes champions champions. Even the push away, or not the push away, but the added step, if you will, where he goes backwards to get himself started. As we started talking about athletes in other sport and how they're already kind of in motion. Bowling, you're doing the opposite most of the time, where you're starting in a very static position.
So an impressive win for Nehemiah Kiefer and Eason Taylor in our final match. That was the U14 division.
And that's it.
That's it.
It is awards presentation time, as you all know if you're still watching. 190 average dad. You should be proud of Hunter. And so, and obviously didn't know that was your son, but I was very serious about what I said with regard to his emotions. I thought for someone, and I think it's difficult sometimes for players who do leave or wear the emotions on the sleeve, sometimes it can get the best of a player, right? But I was watching him every shot, and sometimes he was, the highest of highs. He never got too low, right? But was cognizant of the mistakes or the bad shots, but it didn't affect him or break him in any way. And I thought, that's okay. They can have it there. No problem. Oh, okay.
You can't park there.
Oh, okay. All right. They're gonna get there. They're gonna get there. Look, let's watch them. Let's watch them make it. Quick test shot. Everyone is in the holiday spirit.
All right, fun day, really good finals. We're gonna start with the U12, U14 division. In third, Emily Schmidt and Leslie Majors made a run. All girls team. In second place, earning $100 each, are Eli Franco and Hunter Saunders.
Eli and Hunter in second. Leslie and Emily. Again, we'll be back at it tomorrow at 9 a.m. Trios tomorrow for the EYT Team Cup.
All right, champion the holiday doubles in the U14 division. Nehemiah Keeper, Ethan Taylor, well done.
Eason Taylor, Nehemiah Kiefer champions today. I forgot what Eason's title count is. Eason's is pretty high too, though.
U16 division, second place. Congratulations, Easton Van Holven, Hunter Nell.
Easton Van Holvlen and Hunter Nell, really solid, really solid. Paying out the top two.
All right, and champions, U16 division holiday doubles. Congratulations, Harper Burnett and Sebby Better.
Sebi Harper. I would hope that we would see more of Harper. And for all I know, he could have bowled some EYTs before, not just having been here when he has bowled, but pretty impressed.
I know. Well,
Just talked to Dad. Dad is 6'6", and Harper is 6'7", so he's officially passed up his dad.
All right. Holiday Double champions in the U18 division. Congratulations, Josh Weems, Tyler Williams. Well done. You get special music. Choose your color.
Joss Tyler, repeat.
Don't go far so we can get a good shot. U23, second place. Happy she came back to see us. Gianna Brandolino, Christian LaCory.
Christian LaCory and Gianna,
Oh, they're there.
runner-up. Haven't seen G, of course, in a minute, and nice to see her and Christian here compete this weekend.
U23 champions of the holiday doubles. Max Thunberg and Ethan Caruso.
Ethan Caruso, Mats Thunberg. Okay, so Tyler won with Kai last year in the U18 division, and this time he wins with Joss. So Tyler, 2 for 2, which in what could be and probably was his last holiday doubles, at least in the U18 division. Tyler will be a freshman in college next fall.
All right, champions. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. All right, you need a little stagger. Mason, okay, so we're gonna go U14 here. We might need to go like in front of each other, right? Yeah, actually we did that last year, right? Yeah.
Christian LaCory also bowled last year again in the U23. He won with Kai Evans and got second this time around with Gianna Brandolino.
Josh, stand up.
All right, so
Final photo, of course, trying to make sure it's proper. with that said, just to update you on what's upcoming, I mentioned tomorrow we'll have the Trios Cup. The Trios Team Cup specifically will be right back here at Strike and Spare 2. It will begin at 9 a.m. Then the first event in January in 2026 will be January 31st at Plaza Lanes in Highland, Indiana. Northwest Indiana's finest. February will be February 28th. Actually, it'll be at Lucky Strike / Bolero in Romeoville. It actually will be the first event on string pins on the Elite U Tour. That one is brought to you in part by Midwest Dock Solutions. So those are the next 3 events, of course, including tomorrow's Team Cup.
Maybe that was the secret sauce. It did go very fast today. All right, wait. Parents, you can come closer. Come closer. What's the idea of you shooting down? Okay, I'm gonna jump in.
Final couple shots.
Okay, now you can relax. All right, and we're gonna stay close. Okay, so stay close. Yeah. You can like. Yeah, you guys are still scrunching in though.
We picked it up on the first.
Sab, do something. You're too low, right? Funny faces, just like this close to you. Okay, look up at me. Now wait, yeah, don't move. Keep the funny faces out.
Sab, what kind of face is that?
That's like your normal face, dude.
All right, see you guys tomorrow. Be here.
Okay, and with that, that will officially do it. And one final look at what's coming up tomorrow as well as in January. Fast day today. Congrats to all of our champions. And we will see you all tomorrow for the Trios Team Cup. Looking forward to seeing which teams were created and the lane pattern. It is different, and Riley, I believe, said about 3 feet shorter. So it should be very intriguing how things play out tomorrow. Big thank you to Mr. Riley Smith, president. Shout out to Megan Smith, Steve Juwan, of course, Deandra, Nora and Corbin, Aretha, Everly, and everybody. Roxanne, who plays a role, Rochelle, in the Elite U Tour. Until tomorrow, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We say so long. It's been a presentation of the Elite Stream in Holiday Doubles. You watched it live on the Elite Stream, courtesy of Boldstream TV. Again, before we go, thank you to all of our sponsors, Storm, Turbo, H5G, Gail Volschel, Fast Track Physio, and, of course, Boldstream TV. Now, officially, we'll be back here again, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. Strike and Spare 2, EYT Trios Team Cup. Yes, be safe, be well. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.